House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 10, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Adrian Smith to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with the time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the member from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the last 5 months of President Biden's term, he imposed more than 1,500 regulations on the American people. Our policies should be focused on fostering economic growth for small businesses, not weighing them down with more regulations. This week, the House will vote on the Midnight Rules and Relief Act. This legislation gives Congress the ability to overturn multiple regulations in one action. Immediately after President Trump was sworn in, he got to work improving government efficiency, and now it is time for my colleagues here in the House and in the Senate to follow suit so that the American people can once again prosper. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 years, our nation saw millions of illegal aliens stream across our borders. In recent weeks, my colleagues and I in the House passed legislation to crack down on criminal aliens to better protect women and girls and to fight back against the fentanyl crisis. Today, it is time to protect the brave law enforcement officers working to clean up our disastrous borders. H.R. 35, the Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act, creates new criminal offenses for those who flee law enforcement at our borders and includes mandatory prison time for chases that cause the loss of human life. This is common sense legislation that will save the lives of our law enforcement officers and make the streets safe for all Americans. I look forward to supporting its passage here in the House and the positive impact that this legislation will have on all of America. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Schatzer Fruit Market and Orchards in Franklin County, Pennsylvania, for their exceptional showing at the 2025 Pennsylvania Farm Show. Owned by fourth-generation growers Dwight and Lisa Mickey, the Schatzer Fruit Market won 2 Best of Class awards in addition to more than 3 dozen first-place awards. Over the years, Schatzer's has won over 3,000 ribbons and prizes for its fruit entries. Having personally visited Schatzer's markets and orchards, I have seen their enduring commitment to this industry and why they are a favorite stop in Franklin County for delicious peaches and apples. On behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I want to congratulate Schatzer Fruit Market and Orchards on their impressive showing at the Pennsylvania Farm Show, and I look forward to seeing their continued success in the orchards and in the marketplace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The Chair now recognizes the member from Connecticut, Representative Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the first week of President Trump's presidency, he announced a great fanfare that he was imposing 25% tariffs on our neighbors, Canada to the north and Mexico to the south. The Wall Street Journal, hardly a Democratic newspaper, described this effort as the dumbest trade war ever. And it was dumb because, number one, it violates the trade agreement that President Trump himself signed into law in 2020, the U.S.-Mexico Free Trade Agreement, Canada Free Trade Agreement. And again, tariffs like that are completely violative of that agreement. Number two, Canada and Mexico made it crystal clear that they would retaliate with tariffs of their own aimed at U.S. businesses and sectors of all sorts. But it was mostly dumb because it's going to raise prices for Americans, which I think most of us in this chamber who were on the ballot last November can still remember that was the number one issue that Americans have. It's going to raise prices not because I'm just saying it. The American Farm Bureau, which represents, again, a cross-section of American food producers all across the country, warned the minute that proposal came out that it was going to raise the price of fertilizer input costs, that was going to end up at the grocery stores in terms of higher prices. The American Home Builders, hardly a Democratic group, warned that those tariffs were going to raise the cost of building materials, whether it's wood, metal materials, and that's going to translate into higher prices for new homes, the last thing that we need in the middle of a housing crisis. Predictably, on February 1st, the first day the markets were open, the markets tanked in response to this proposal. And within hours, the president engaged in a face-saving measure to delay those tariffs for 30 days. They're still out there pending, and we'll see what happens. Yesterday, right before the Super Bowl, the president came out with another proposal of 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum indiscriminately across the globe to all countries that do business with the United States of America. I want to talk about one nation in particular, Australia. I co-chair the Friends of Australia caucus. Today, the U.S. economy has a trade surplus with Australia. We export more into Australia than they export back to us. They have been a signatory with a free trade agreement with no tariffs going back to 2002. And again, as the Secretary of Defense stated yesterday over at the Pentagon, Mr. Hegseth, when he met with the Australian Deputy Prime Minister, our alliance between our two countries going back to World War I is probably the most deep and strong of any other nation in the world. At that meeting, he was also there to receive word from the Australian government that they're making the first payment on AUKUS, the Australia-UK-US security agreement. Australia is putting $500 million into the U.S. industrial base to help our shipbuilding sector to build more submarines, which is part of the AUKUS deal. Total $3 billion. Again, the first check was delivered on Friday by the Australian government for $500 million. And 2 days later, what do we see? Now a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum products coming from Australia into the U.S. at a time when we have a surplus with Australia. Australia is a key strategic ally for our country. They are positioned in the Indo-Pacific at a place where, again, tensions are sky high, and we need their input, their help in terms of making sure that we are going to rebalance that security environment and protect the rule of law in the Indo-Pacific. Instead, what we're seeing is a completely needless, almost insult to the people of Australia by raising tariffs of Australian products coming into this country. At the same time, we are working with them, and they are buying 3 nuclear submarines, cash on the barrelhead, full price, no gimmies, no giveaway. So again, by all the measurements that President Trump talks about, trade issues that were being ripped off by other countries, in this case, every one of those arguments fails. There, again, is a strong bipartisan caucus, the Friends of Australia caucus, that actually understand the importance of Australia. And again, we will do everything we can to make sure that this administration changes course and treats our friends and our allies with the respect that they deserve in terms of the contributions that they're making to their national security in a critical part of the world and our national security. Again, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the member from Iowa, Representative Miller Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from 712 to 215 to the Super Bowl, Former Iowa Hawkeye and current Philadelphia Eagle Cooper DeJean is now a world champion. The rookie cornerback helped lead the Eagles to their second Super Bowl victory, returning his first professional career interception for a touchdown against the reigning champion Kansas City Chiefs. And that wasn't special enough. It was also Coop's 22nd birthday. What a way to celebrate a birthday. First career interception to a touchdown and winning the Super Bowl. Cooper, a proud native of Oldbolt, Iowa, grew up wanting to be a University of Hawkeye player. He even wore shoes with a 712 area code during the biggest game of his life. During his time with the Hawkeyes, he earned All-American honors and was regarded as one of the nation's best cornerbacks. His NFL success comes to no surprise to those of us who watched him play in Iowa. With last night's performance, Cooper solidified his place as one of the greatest Hawkeyes ever, and he did it in his rookie season. Coop, all of Hawkeye Nation and Iowa is proud of you. You'll always be a Hawkeye. God bless, and go Hawks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the incredible work being done by Heidi Kaufman and the dedicated team at the Iowa City Veterans Administration Medical Center. Their innovative use of aromatherapy in the PACU, or post-anesthesia care unit, is transforming the recovery experience for our veterans. Through their pioneering efforts, this team has introduced a non-invasive, natural solution to combat postoperative nausea and vomiting. In a recent study, 12 out of 47 patients reported complete relief from nausea using only aromatherapy. Although that's a small amount, it's not pharmaceutical, it's non-addictive, and the cost is extremely low. This achievement is a testament to their compassion, skill, and commitment to improving patient care, and it can go far beyond the PACU. Heidi and her team have proven that sometimes the simplest solutions can make the most profound impact. Their work not only enhances the recovery process, but also brings comfort and healing to those who have served our country. We're deeply grateful for their dedication to our veterans and the innovative care they continue to provide. Thank you, Heidi. Mr. Speaker, I feel compelled to remark on the outrage of my colleagues and others over the special government employee status from the executive branch of Elon Musk, and remarked constantly that he is unelected and unaccountable. Let me remind my colleagues and those voices that the vast majority of government employees that review and authorize grants, that disperse funds, and that in fact issue rules or laws are unelected and unaccountable to the voters. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair now recognizes the member from New York, Representative Espaillat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the 7th Annual Dominicans on the Hill event, which will be held tomorrow. It is a time for all participants to celebrate the contributions of Dominican Americans throughout the country. In fact, we have today at the gallery the Honorable Ricardo de los Santos Polanco, who's the President of the Dominican Senate, and Alfredo Pacheco, who's the President of the House. They will be with us for the next couple of days, and I want to extend the courtesies of the House so that all of you can attend this wonderful event that's being held for the 7th year in a row. I also rise, Mr. Speaker, in support of dreamers, farm workers, and families. Much has been said about the immigration issues at the border. And I think what has not been said is the fact that we all want to make sure that the border is more secure. There's no disagreement in that. We can work together to make the border safer. Safer for children, for families, for women, for grandparents, and for the communities, the border communities that many of our members and colleagues represent. And we should work together to make sure that the border is safer. However, Mr. Speaker, there is a reality in the nation, and that is that dreamers are young people that are teachers, nurses. They're part of our communities. They own their homes. Many of them have their own businesses. And yet, they haven't been given the opportunity to be full part of America. Dreamers have been, on the average, in the United States for about 20 years. They lived here. And many of them pay taxes. They haven't committed any crimes. They play by the rules. They stay within the parameters of the law. But yet we have failed to allow them to be fully part of this American experience. And we should work very hard to ensure that dreamers are given that opportunity. In fact, 80% of Americans feel that dreamers should be given that opportunity. Farm workers, Mr. Speaker, we all know many of them are not going to work because they're afraid they're going to be deported. In fact, 40% of farm workers are undocumented, and they're not showing up at the farms. That will show up at our cash register. That will show up at our dinner table. So farmers are also a sector of the immigrant community that we should help. Prices will come down, they'll be able to go to work, and we'll get greater goods in our houses, in our grocery stores, in our supermarkets. So dreamers and farmers are an important part of the immigration equation that often are left out. You would think that the only part of the immigration debate is the border, and we all agree that the border should be safer. Finally, Mr. Speaker, families. Families should be kept together. And the average immigrant family has been here in the country for over 10 years. Families, if they're divided, if a young boy or a young girl are taken away from his or her mother, that family will be weaker, and as such, our nation will be weaker. The equation is simple. Weak families make a weak nation. Separated families become weak families, and as such, make a weak nation. So dreamers, farm workers, and keeping families together are an important and central part of the immigration debate, which is a very broad debate that includes other topics. But we all agree that the border should be safer. How is it that we cannot agree, come to a consensus that dreamers, farm workers are important, and that families must be kept together?
Gentleman's time
With
has
that,
expired.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I yield back the remaining part of my time.
The chair now recognizes the member from Pennsylvania, Representative Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 115th anniversary of Scouting America. On February 8, 1910, Chicago businessman William D. Boyce, who grew up in western Pennsylvania, incorporated the Boy Scouts of America, now known today also as Scouting America. For more than a century, Scouting has built character, fostered leadership, and instilled in young people the values that strengthen families, communities, and our nation. Generations of Scouts have learned that leadership is not about titles, but about action. It's about stepping up when others step back, about lending a hand when it's needed most. Time and time again, Scouts have answered the call, whether responding to natural disasters, local emergencies, assisting veterans, or leading conservation efforts in their communities. Even in my current role as U.S. Representative for Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District and Chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, I use the lessons and values learned in Scouting to ease and to guide my decision-making. The Scout Oath tells us that we have a duty to God, country, others, and self. This is a checklist that I use when voting on the House floor. The first question I ask myself is how this affects my duty to God. Is the bill righteous according to God's word, according to my faith? If the bill passes this test, I ask myself whether this fulfills my duty to country. Will this benefit the country and my constituents? What does the Constitution have to say about the decision I'm making? If the bill passes this step, I will move on and ask myself how this fulfills my duty to others. Now, for me, that's more than, as a representative of Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District, that's more than 780,000 citizens in 18 counties, a third of the landmass of Pennsylvania. In my role as chairman of the U.S. House Agriculture Committee, that's being accountable to every individual in this nation when it comes to food, fiber, and energy. If the bill passes that step, I'll move on and ask myself how this fulfills my duty to self. Now, while this may sound selfish, it represents the duty I have to myself, based on two other principles of scouting. Am I prepared to do my best? The Scout law, motto, and oath are moral benchmarks for serving others, our community, and ourselves. Scouting enables the next generation of youth to develop leadership skills, connect with their community, build self-confidence, and gain numerous other benefits for themselves and their country. The Scouting program is one of the best youth organizations for cultivating a sense of responsibility and leadership development, allowing them to become engaged citizens who care and respect their communities. I'll always cherish the time I spent in Scouting and value its role in shaping me into whom I am today. I've been involved in Scouting for more than 50 years, including serving as a Scoutmaster, achieving the rank of Eagle Scout in 1977. Scouting helped me discover my life purpose, helping others. I take the lessons learned throughout my own Scouting career and apply them in every aspect of my life today, including in my job serving as a United States Congressman. As co-chair of the Congressional Scouting Caucus, I was proud to introduce a resolution alongside my fellow Eagle Scout from Georgia, Mr. Sanford Bishop, designating Saturday, February 8th as Scouts of America Day to honor the tireless service of Scouts, volunteers, and participants in our communities. The Scouts have a slogan, do a good turn daily. I hope everyone sees the value in helping those around them and continues to pursue kindness. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Scouts, leaders, volunteers, and families who have helped keep this movement strong. Their dedication ensures that Scouting will continue to inspire and guide future generations. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the resident commissioner from Puerto Rico, Resident Commissioner Hernandez Rivera, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Imagine it's New Year's Eve. You're full of hope and optimism. This will be your year. You might finally get that promotion. You will graduate. You might finally lose those extra pounds. And all of a sudden, the power goes out. You are used to it. It's maybe the first time it happens that day. It probably isn't the first time it happens that week. It certainly isn't the first time it happens that year. But the hours go by and power doesn't come back. The clock strikes 12. You hear the fireworks. You hear the countdowns. But you try to turn on the power and it doesn't turn back on. That was the sad reality of nearly 1.2 million Puerto Ricans on New Year's Eve. That is the sad reality that many thousands of Puerto Ricans will face on an average day. Why? An outdated power grid and a slow recovery process after Hurricane Maria. Puerto Rico's energy crisis is not a partisan issue. The left can treat it as a humanitarian crisis. The right can see it as an obstacle to making America great again. The center can view it as both. It is a problem and it needs a solution. Which is why I, alongside Representatives Torres and Soto, sent a letter to the administration in support of our Republican governor's request for a federal emergency declaration to address this crisis. We urge the administration to act. We urge the administration to unblock the federal resources that Puerto Rico needs to address this problem. We urge the administration to empower the people of Puerto Rico to be able to overcome this issue. Now, for the benefit of my constituents, I will repeat my remarks in Spanish. Imagine que es la víspera del Año Nuevo. Usted está lleno de esperanza y optimismo. Este puede que sea el año que consiga ese ascenso. Este puede que sea el año en que se gradúe. Este puede que sea el año en el que usted pierda esas libritas de más que llevan años molestándole. Y de repente se va la luz. Puede que sea la primera vez que pasa ese día. Probablemente no es la primera vez que pasa esa semana. Seguramente no es la primera vez que pasa ese año. Lamentablemente usted ya está acostumbrado. Pero pasan las horas y la luz no vuelve. El reloj marca las 12. Ves los fuegos artificiales, escuchas el conteo regresivo, pero tratas de encender la luz y todavía no hay energía. Esa fue la triste realidad de 1.2 millones de puertorriqueños el pasado 31 de diciembre. Esa es la triste realidad que enfrentan miles de puertorriqueños en un día cualquiera. ¿Por qué? Por una red eléctrica anticuada y una recuperación lenta luego del huracán María. Este no es un asunto partidista. La izquierda puede verlo como un reto humanitario, la derecha puede verlo como un obstáculo en su agenda de Make America Great Again, el centro lo puede ver como ambas cosas, pero este es un problema y necesita una solución. Por eso es que junto a los representantes Soto y Torres envié una carta a favor de la solicitud de nuestra gobernadora republicana al gobierno federal para que declare un estado de emergencia federal a raíz de la crisis de energía eléctrica que enfrenta Puerto Rico. Instamos a la administración actual, los instamos a declarar un estado de emergencia federal y los instamos a darle a Puerto Rico las herramientas que necesita para resolver esta crisis de una vez y por todas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the member from Massachusetts, Representative McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the case of Ethel Rosenberg, who, along with her husband Julius, was convicted of conspiracy to commit espionage and executed in 1953. For decades, evidence has cast serious doubt on the charges against Ethel Rosenberg. She had no KGB code name, and in 2001, her brother even admitted to falsely testifying against her. Last year, with the help of my colleague, Intelligence Committee Ranking Member Jim Himes of Connecticut, I urged the National Archives and Records Administration to release information that we believed would exonerate Ethel. Working with Robert and Michael Meeropol, Ethel's sons, we helped shake loose a Freedom of Information Act request for a crucial document written by a senior U.S. Army codebreaker and analyst, Meredith Knox Gardner, in 1950. In August 2024, we finally secured the release of this document, and it confirmed what we suspected and what the Meeropol brothers have always known. Ethel Rosenberg was not a spy. And not only that, the government knew that she was not a spy and executed her anyways. Let me repeat that. This government, the United States government, knew way back then that she was innocent and executed her anyways. In fact, Gardner explicitly wrote in his classified memo that Ethel, quote, did not engage in the work, meaning espionage on behalf of the Soviet Union, herself, end quote. And despite this concrete evidence, the government has never righted this wrong. And I, for one, think it is unconscionable. The truth is clear. Ethel Rosenberg's execution was motivated by fear and politics, and it was not based on the facts. And so I urged former President Biden to exonerate her. The proof is right there in the documents, and we handed over everything. Yet, unfortunately, President Biden did not act. Ethel Rosenberg's execution was a miscarriage of justice. I think a disgraceful stain on our history. It was also a tragedy that left 2 young boys orphans. Her sons, Robert and Michael Meeropol, have spent their lives seeking justice for their mother, turning their pain into advocacy. Their work continues through a fund supporting children whose parents have been incarcerated or executed for political reasons. Their own children and family are even involved in this advocacy, and I greatly admire the way they have taken such a terrible tragedy of their lives and used it to put good back into the world. I deeply admire them, but no family should have to fight this long for the truth. And it's my hope that one day a presidential administration will acknowledge the wrongfulness of her death and fully exonerate Ethel Rosenberg so that her name may be cleared once and for all. Until then, let the congressional record show, and every person in this building know, the U.S. government knew that Ethel Rosenberg was innocent. We knew that she was not a spy, and we executed her anyway. And I find that to be a disgrace, and I want to apologize for the pain and grief her family suffered because of what happened. Ethel was put to death during the height of McCarthyism, a time of hysteria when due process was cast aside. She was put to death at a time when due process was not guaranteed and our democratic values were not always upheld. We let fear and anger and hate get the best of us. We are currently living through an equally troubling time in our country. People are being targeted and attacked for the way they think, what they say, and who they are. Facts must still matter, Mr. Speaker. And let's learn from our imperfect history. Nothing will bring Ethel Rosenberg back or erase the pain and challenges her sons have had to face in her absence. But as we continue to work to exonerate her, my hope is that by telling her story, we can prevent this dark chapter in our history from repeating itself. Ethel's story must not be forgotten, and she must be exonerated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
The chair now recognizes the member from Connecticut, Representative Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Smith. It has a nice ring to it. I rise today to address ongoing concerns about Social Security, especially just in this past week, since Mr. Musk has decided that he, in an unauthorized position, not approved by the Senate, with no accountability, is after everybody's data and information at SAA. Mr. Speaker, it might surprise some of the viewers in our audience to know why the wealthiest man in the world needs to know your Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid information. Privacy is something that Americans value. Data is something that billionaires can turn into money. And so, Mr. Speaker, we need to know what role Elon Musk and Doge, or I call it Dodge because they dodge accountability, will have with the agency and everyone's hard-earned benefits. As if an unconfirmed, unelected billionaire should have access to yours or anyone's sensitive information. And if the cuts that they're promising and what he's looking for come through, that means people's personal Social Security will be reduced by 36%. It hasn't been enhanced since Richard Nixon was President of the United States. And now Mr. Musk is out because he's been charged to cut the budget by $2 trillion. And as everyone knows, 70% of the federal budget comes from Social Security, Medicare, and defense. They're coming after you, and specifically, they need that data also. So he and his minions of unauthorized, unaccountable people are going forward. We have written to Acting Commissioner King, attorneys generals across the country, including my own from the state of Connecticut, Mr. Attorney General Tong, are putting forward attempts. And then we learned today or this morning that President Trump says that he's just going to ignore the courts because he believes that he's above the law, Mr. Speaker, that he's not accountable to anyone. And now he's saying that he's not even accountable to the courts because he and the billionaire class have gotten together and said, don't worry, no one on the Republican side in the House and Senate who control both the House and Senate is going to speak up and challenge us. But we need to protect Americans' privacy and their social security. For 40% of all Americans, Social Security is the basis for their retirement and their retirement savings. And for 28 million Americans, Social Security is the only thing that they have. And that's why we have to make sure that we are protecting it as well.
The gentleman's time has expired.
The letter that we sent to
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Recognizes the member from Missouri, Representative Bell.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, and the people of the St. Louis region, first I would like to say happy birthday to my father, John Bell. Happy heavenly birthday to my stepfather, Larry Greer. And happy Founders Day to the National AME Church and at home in St. Louis, St. Paul AME Church led by Pastor Spencer Booker. I rise today humbled and with deep gratitude to deliver my first speech here in these halls, this living testament to both the promise and the challenges of American governance. I stand not merely as a representative in Congress, but as a proud son of St. Louis, one who believes in the power of bringing every voice into our shared conversation. It is my mission to ensure that every single person in my district feels seen, heard, and valued. My first foray in public service was as a city councilman elected in 2015 in a place called Ferguson. In 2018, I was the first African American elected to serve as St. Louis County prosecuting attorney, working with community partners to create the first of its kind diversion advisory committee and connecting nonviolent offenders to substance abuse, opioid, and mental health treatment to address underlying root causes. We also created the first conviction incident review unit in St. Louis County, investigating credible claims of wrongful conviction and police misconduct. And here I stand, elected to this great house at a time when the current administration has actively intended to make diversity into scarlet letters, attempting to rebrand the three letters DEI into a four-letter curse word. As we celebrate the Lunar New Year, we will not forget the contributions of our AAN HPI brothers and sisters in atomic science, medicine, and engineering, to name a few. We will not forget the contributions of our Hispanic and Latino hermanos y hermanas in science, music, medicine, and biochemistry, to name a few. We will not forget our Muslim brothers and sisters' contributions in education, science, and medicine, to name a few. And we will not forget our Jewish brothers and sisters, many contributions, but more personally to me, those contributions in the civil rights movement, who bled and died during the freedom rides. Rabbis locked in arms who risked their lives marching across the Edmund Pettus Bridge with Dr. King and others like the late John Lewis, who also graced these very same halls. As we celebrate Black History Month, I would be remiss if I did not also mention the tremendous contributions of Black folks in building this nation. So to the current administration, I rise to say directly that Black history is American history. Diversity is this nation's superpower. Equity is about fairness and fair play, which all Americans believe in, and inclusion literally refers to all of us. From slavery to Jim Crow to being denied basic civil rights, but still fighting for and believing in the promise of this promised land. This land that, despite that history, we still love. Evidenced by a song you may hear a lot during this month and in June, a song dubbed the Black National Anthem, but as my esteemed colleague, Congressman Clyburn accurately remarked, a song everyone can identify with. But it's a song not about retribution as it could be, a song not about hopelessness as it could be, but on the contrary, a song about hope, faith, and freedom. A song that does not direct some voices to be lifted, but directs us instead to lift every voice and sing, till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise, high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory is won. Thank you, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? In the spirit of a national pastime and a game well played, we rejoice with those who rejoice and do our best to refrain from gloating in the company of those who weep. For it is not in our victory, but the Lord's in which we trust. In the Lord we will renew our strength. In the Lord's protection do we find shelter. Inspired by the Lord's abiding presence hovering over us, we run and do not grow weary. With the Lord's guidance and care, we will soar to new heights of faith. In Proverbs, we read that there are many mysteries only the Lord can answer, like how a ship sails on the sea, or how an eagle soars to the heights of the sky. But those who trust in the Lord will spread their wings and fly like eagles. In faith, let us soar and humbly serve the Lord this day. In your strong name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize crucial legislation that protects farm families. Farming tends to be an asset-rich but cash-poor industry, and America's hardworking farm families should not be unfairly burdened when it comes to accessing higher education. For generations, these families have contributed to our nation's food security and economy, yet their eligibility for federal student aid has been hindered by policies that count their land and equipment as financial assets, despite the fact that these are essential for their livelihoods and not readily available for educational expenses. Now, I'm proud to co-sponsor the Farm Family and Small Business Exemption Act, which would ensure that farm families and small business owners are no longer penalized for owning the tools and property that sustain their work. By preventing these assets from being counted against financial aid eligibility, we are leveling the playing field and ensuring that the children of farmers and small business owners have the same opportunities to pursue higher education as their peers. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Representatives Mann and Panetta for leading this common sense solution. Investing in the future of farm families strengthens rural communities and our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Governor Henry McMaster just gave the South Carolina State of the State address. I'm grateful that under his leadership, the Palmetto State has achieved an historic year with over $8 billion in capital investment, creating 5,500 new jobs. Additionally, his goal 3 years ago to drop the state personal income tax rate has exceeded expectations. The tax rate continues to be reduced, helping taxpayers. I am appreciative to be working with Governor McMaster, the Republican supermajorities, for the first time of 150 years in the state Senate, led by President Thomas Alexander, and the House with Speaker Merle Smith, my colleagues in the Republican Congress, and President Donald Trump, all to make America great again. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families for peace through strength. Thank you, President Trump, for removing the Academy boards to restore duty, honor, country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the Republican bait and switch that has been taking place throughout the 119th Congress. The Republican bait and switch has three elements. Part one, talk about lowering the high cost of living, but do nothing about it. Part two, enact massive tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy corporations that will do nothing to improve the quality of life of everyday Americans. Part three, stick working class Americans with the bill for those massive tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy corporations by destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid as we know it. House Democrats want nothing to do with the Republican bait and switch, and we will do everything possible to stop it. The cost of living in the United States of America is far too high. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. Child care costs are too high. America is too expensive. It is not acceptable in the wealthiest country in the history of the world that far too many everyday Americans are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. It's time for us to do something about the high cost of living and to build an affordable economy for hard-working American taxpayers. House Democrats, hear you, we see you, we feel you when it comes to the pain being experienced by the American people, and we are determined to do something to make life better for you. But the Republican bait and switch has a very different plan. Last year, all we heard from my Republican colleagues was the need to do something about the high cost of living, while at the same time they ran away from Project 2025 as if it didn't exist. This year, Republicans have spent all of their time implementing the most extreme parts of Project 2025 and have done nothing to lower the high cost of living. Not a single thing, not a single bill, not a single idea, not a single proposal from my House Republican colleagues to do anything about the high cost of living in the United States of America. Why? It's a Republican bait and switch. Part two of the Republican bait and switch is that their true objective is to enact massive tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy corporations, just like they did in 2017. When the GOP tax scam was passed, where they set in motion legislation where 83% of the benefits would go to the wealthiest 1%. And now my House Republicans, our colleagues, are back at it. There they go again. Same plan. Nothing to drive down the high cost of living. Everything is about massive tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy corporations, who in many cases aren't even asking for it. And they certainly don't need the relief that everyday Americans need, that working class Americans need, that middle class Americans need, that all those people who aspire to be part of the middle class need. It's a Republican bait and switch. What's the final element of the Republican bait and switch?
enact these massive tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy corporations and stick working class Americans with the bill. The nerve of this group of people who spent all last year lecturing the country about how they were going to do something to drive down the high cost of living, do nothing about it, are planning to enact massive tax cuts for their billionaire buddies, and then, as the final element of the Republican bait and switch, stick working class Americans with the bill. House Republicans have no plan to love and cherish Medicaid. Let's be very clear about that. No plan to love and cherish Medicaid. Their plan is to destroy Social Security, destroy Medicare, and destroy Medicaid as we know it. And now, with Republicans controlling the House, the Senate, and the presidency, it's their intention to try and do it. Just watch what happens at the Republican budget hearing that is upcoming in terms of what's proposed, the cuts to Medicaid that will be devastating. Hospitals will close, including in rural America and urban America and in the heartland of America. Nursing homes will be shut down. And everyday Americans, children, seniors, those who are suffering with disabilities will be hurt as part of the Republican effort to target earned benefits like Social Security and Medicare and to destroy Medicaid as we know it. It's the Republican bait and switch. We will continue to expose it to the American people. House Democrats want nothing to do with it, and we're going to do everything in our power to stop it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the late, great Major General Mason M. Patrick. General Patrick, a West Virginia native, West Point graduate, and World War I veteran, honorably served our nation for 41 years. In 1921, General Patrick oversaw the creation of the United States Army Air Corps, the precursor to our modern-day Air Force. Recognized true leadership from experience, he learned to fly at the age of 59. His vision to place air power in its own branch was instrumental in building the world's first formidable Air Force. In 1950, Patrick Air Force Base in my district was named in his honor, recognizing his historic contributions to military aviation. Today, this base is known as Patrick Space Force Base, a testament to how America's leadership in the skies has evolved to dominate new frontiers. His vision for America's air power laid the groundwork for today's advances in space exploration and defense. May we always remember General Patrick's contribution to our nation. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to Section 803A of the Congressional Recognition for Excellence in Arts Education Act, 2 U.S.C. 803A, I am pleased to appoint the Honorable David Trone of Potomac, Maryland, to the Congressional Award Board. Signed sincerely, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 224, the Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 224, a bill to amend Section 102A.20 of the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 to require the exclusion of service-connected disability compensation when determining whether a person is a person of low and moderate income, a person of low income, or a person of moderate income, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 224, the Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act, introduced by my good friend from Texas, Congresswoman Monica de la Cruz. It's been said that what the American people desire is not bigger government, but a much better and more effective government. The reforms proposed in this bill will accomplish just that. This bill will reform a program meant to assist those in need, HUD, Housing and Urban Development's Community Development Block Grant Program. This includes helping our nation's low-income veterans with the housing challenges that many of them face across our nation. However, the bureaucratic obstacles at HUD know no bounds. Mr. Speaker, today veterans are being turned away from this very positive CDBG program. How is that? Well, the formula HUD tells communities to use to see if veterans qualify as low income and are therefore eligible to participate in the CDBG program counts service-connected disability compensation as income, whereas other government programs correctly do not. The result has been in some places, especially in our most rural areas, communities have to tell low-income disabled veterans they are too wealthy to qualify for help. Truly, Mr. Speaker, you cannot make this up. Excluding low-income veterans because they're disabled is not what Congress intended for communities to take action on by receiving CDBG funds. Of course, HUD understands this exclusion has been happening. Yet rather than fix the issue by providing clear rules on how to calculate the income of disabled veterans, the Biden administration kept saying it was someone else's problem. Well, Mr. Speaker, that ends today with this good bill. This bill will reform CDBG's income calculation formula, telling HUD in no uncertain terms to stop including service-connected disability compensation as income. Fixing programmatic flaws and bureaucratic obstacles is exactly what the American people have sent these members to this House floor to do. It's unfortunate that HUD has had several opportunities to fix its flawed guidance without Congress, but it has refused to act, even with multiple letters from our Financial Services Committee. This common sense fix, which passed out of the committee with strong bipartisan support and on suspension in this House during the previous Congress, ensures that disabled veterans who've served our nation with honor receive the benefits that they have earned and deserve. Under the leadership of Representative de la Cruz, we will ensure that HUD stops excluding our nation's heroes. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 225, the Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act sponsored by Rep. De La Cruz. While I appreciate Ms. De La Cruz's intention to better serve our veterans who have served this country, it is ironic that this bill seeks to improve a program that the Trump administration has already threatened to dismantle through an illegal funding freeze. Specifically, the Trump administration and Musk's illegal DOGE unit continue to threaten to cut programs and freeze federal funding that has already been gone out the door, including funds meant to serve veterans. In fact, committee staff continue to hear that some CDBG grantees remain locked out of their payment systems and are therefore unable to access federal funds authorized by Congress. These are funds that are meant to help low-income and moderate-income communities, including disabled veterans, the very people this bill claims to want to help. If Republicans are concerned about housing upgrades for disabled veterans who honorably serve this nation, they should find the honor and the courage to stop Trump's administration and billionaire boys' illegal actions that are harming our nation's veterans. Whether it's stealing private federal data on millions of Americans or stealing the funding that would otherwise help a disabled veteran upgrade their home to make it more accessible and livable. With that, I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stand up for disabled veterans and oppose Co-President Musk's illegal takeover, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I thank my friend Mr. Vargas from California for his strong support of this bill. And now I yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of this bill, the gentlewoman from Texas, the lead sponsor, Ms. De La Cruz.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you to my colleague for yielding. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 224, the Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act. Veterans, particularly disabled veterans, have made extraordinary sacrifice for our nation, and it is simply unacceptable that those who selflessly defended our freedoms are met with bureaucratic red tape when they return home. Government overregulation should never stand in the way of a veteran's ability to receive the help they need. That's why this legislation will fix this. Due to inconsistencies in the way income eligibility is determined for community development block grant assistance, a veteran could be disqualified simply because of their service-connected disability compensation. This compensation is counted as income in one case, but excluded in another. This just simply doesn't make sense. This is the result of HUD currently allowing multiple different definitions of income for CDBG assistance, some of which count service-connected disability received from the VA as income, while one does not. To put it simpler, the same veteran who may have been disqualified for assistance could very well be eligible if the grantee would only have used the proper definition of income. This legislation will create a standard and ensure VA service-connected disability income is always excluded from income calculations when determining eligibility for CDBG assistance. By passing this bipartisan legislation, we are correcting an issue that HUD has failed to address. And further, we will require a report from the GAO to identify any additional inconsistencies in the treatment of service-connected disability income within housing programs. Last Congress, I was proud to see this legislation garner bipartisan support in the Financial Services Committee and pass out of this House as recently as this past December. We will continue to build on this progress to ensure federally funded programs best serve our veterans and do not penalize them for benefits that they have earned. I thank the bipartisan co-sponsor for this legislation, including Congressman Brad Sherman, and urge my colleagues to join me and vote in favor of H.R. 224. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe this is the first time the gentleman from Arkansas has been presenting as a chairman, and I just want to say as a friend, we're very proud of you, and it's good to see you over there, Mr. Chairman. With that, I now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I join with you in your comments about how we need to protect our veterans from the ill-considered actions of President Trump and I was about to say Secretary Musk, whatever he is. And I, of course, join with you in welcoming our new chair of the Financial Services Committee. I now want to focus on the bill at hand, and actually 2 bills at hand. We're dealing with this bill now, and about 4 other bills will go by, and then we're going to deal with the companion legislation. Ms. De La Cruz is the chief Republican on my bill, which is going to come up in what I hope will be only 30 or 40 minutes, and I am the chief Democrat on her bill. You see, Congress has created various federal programs to help those who are housing insecure, particularly veterans. Of course, to qualify for those programs, you have to have an income under a certain threshold. And so we have to define what is income. And in particular, we have to say, does disability benefits paid by the VA count as income, which might put you over the threshold and deny you participation in the veterans benefit, in the housing benefit. I think it should not, for a number of reasons. First, we don't want disabled American veterans who are homeless or near homeless to be excluded from homeless programs. Second, the Internal Revenue Code already recognizes that disability benefits paid to veterans should not be considered income. And at the urging of many of us, I was particularly strong on this, the Department of Housing and Urban Development has reached the same conclusion, at least from now. But here in Washington, it's not always good to just rely on an agency determination. A simple stroke of a Sharpie can change it one way or the other, now or in 4 years. What you want is legislation because that's near permanent. Mr. Speaker, we have statutory provisions that make it clear that disability benefits paid by the VA should not be included in determining eligibility for veterans housing. And there's a reason for that. And that is that you ordinarily think if 2 people have the same income, they're living at the same level. That's not true if you're a disabled veteran, because you have the additional difficulties and the additional expenses of being disabled. You may have to pay for a health aid. You can't get across town to take advantage of a sale. You're going to have a variety of additional costs because you're disabled. And that's what your disability benefit pays for, those additional costs. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have a standard of living that includes your disability payment. Today we deal with Congresswoman De La Cruz's, Congresswoman De La Cruz's bill, which I strongly support, and I hope will pass unanimously in the next few minutes. This deals with the HUD Community Development Block Grant Program. As I said, my legislation, which will come up hopefully not too long from now, that deals with a different HUD program. And I urge everybody to support both bills. They both have no score, so this doesn't cost the federal government any money. And they are both overwhelmingly supported by veterans organizations, including the VFW, Vietnam Veterans of America.
The gentleman's time has expired.
10 more seconds.
I yield 10 more seconds to the member
The
from
American
California.
Legion, the Disabled American Veterans, U.S. Vets, and the Black Veterans Empowerment Council. Please vote yes on this bill and its companion legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nutt.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Hill. And thank you to my colleague from Texas, the gentlewoman, for bringing this bill forward. The Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act, which I am proud to co-lead as a bipartisan bill sponsor on this. Our country is facing a housing crisis shortage, and our veterans are being the hardest hit. Like the Vietnam veterans I spoke to in Bloomfield, Iowa, who highlighted their lack of affordable quality housing. Nearly 22% of all of Iowa's disabled veterans are finding it a challenge not only to find affordable housing, but are also being put in a position where they can no longer gain access. Mr. Speaker, no more. As a 20-year Air Force veteran, it pains me to see my fellow servicemen and women literally on the streets in the heart of the heartland. I have heard directly from our Veteran Services officers, and this is one of their top concerns. Ms. Dela Cruz's bill takes a positive step forward in helping more of our veterans access the resources they need to get into affordable housing, and it ensures disability payments do not restrict their access for housing, whether in urban, suburban, or rural America. I would urge all of my colleagues to take up this bipartisan call and support our veterans who need help now, particularly those who have given their all and serve in a disabled capacity, but still earned the respect to live in affordable housing. With that, I yield my time.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. As the Trump administration continues its attack on the poor, the homeless, and on federally funded assistance, with no Republicans stepping up to provide a check and balance on an illegal government takeover, House Democrats cannot sit here and have an honest debate about this policy. What's more, the Trump administration has vowed to put more of America's housing in the hands of big investors and private equity firms. The data shows what happens when private investors get their hands on more housing. Costs and junk fees go up, maintenance gets deferred, and evictions go up. That's why we support this bill. We think it goes the other way, and I support this bill certainly. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to urge my colleagues to support H.R. 224 as put forward by Monica Dela Cruz of Texas. She's heard strong support on a bipartisan basis on both sides of the aisle from our friends Mr. Vargas, Mr. Sherman in the minority, and Mr. Nunn in the majority. So I urge everyone to support this bill, and I yield back to the chair.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 224? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 386, and I move to suspend the rules and hear the bill, H.R. 386, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 386, a bill to require the United States Governor of and the United States Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund to oppose an increase in the weight of the Chinese renminbi in the special drawing rights basket of the fund and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 386, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act. I want to thank my good friend, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for sponsoring this important legislation. As chairman of the House Financial Services Committee in this Congress, I'm delighted that Mr. Davidson has assumed the chairmanship of our subcommittee on national security, illicit finance, and international financial institutions. The Chinese Currency Accountability Act is not a new initiative. It passed the House under suspension of the rules last year after our committee reported it to the full House unanimously. This bill is important to limit China's influence over one of our most crucial international multilateral organizations. The International Monetary Fund, the IMF, acts as the world's critical lender to nations, particularly those heavily indebted, to handle critical balance of payments financing. It conducts its business through special drawing rights, or SDRs. SDRs not only serve as a unit of account for the IMF, but they also act as a reserve asset on the balance sheet of central banks, and as such, SDR assets earn interest. Prior to 2016, both the value and the interest rate of the SDR was determined by a basket of currencies issued by the independent central banks of the world and overseen by democratic governments. These currencies were the US dollar, the euro, the Japanese yen, and the pound sterling in the United Kingdom. The IMF that year then added the Chinese RMB to the basket, even though the use of the RMB was minuscule and the People's Bank of China is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. And I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I don't believe that the rule of law in China merits this inclusion. But equally shocking was in 2022 the decision by the IMF to increase the weight of the Chinese currency in that basket. Not only did China's political control of the central bank remain unchanged, but the IMF also knew that China's predatory lending through its Belt and Road predatory lending program to emerging markets was threatening the future of the IMF's own programs. The fact that it went ahead and boosted China's weight in that important SDR basket at the fund, it's an embarrassment. Now the IMF finds itself lecturing other countries about central bank independence, but it charges them interest that's partially determined by the decisions at the People's Bank of China. Hopefully on this House floor, that irony is not lost on any member or any of the countries on the board at the IMF. Mr. Davidson's bill would put an end to rewarding China's bad behavior. His legislation would require the Treasury Department to oppose further increases for Chinese RMB in the IMF's currency basket until the Department of Treasury certifies that China is in compliance with the IMF Article of Agreement and adheres to the lending standards upheld by the world's major creditors. In other words, Mr. Speaker, H.R. 386 isn't about holding China to a double standard. It means forcing the People's Republic of China to follow the same international rules of the road if it wants to enjoy the benefits of multilateralism and global leadership. I thank my friend Mr. Davidson for his important measure. I urge all my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 386, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act, sponsored by my friend and gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson. This bill would require the Treasury Secretary to oppose a future percentage increase in the weight of China's currency in the IMF's International Reserve Asset, known as the Special Drawing Rights, or SDRs, unless the Treasury Secretary independently certifies that China is in compliance with certain obligations
to the IMF and with other international standards. While I support this bill and its intentions, I will note that the Treasury Department stresses that due to confidentiality between the IMF and its member countries, it is impossible for the Secretary to independently certify that China is complying with the IMF obligations. I hope that Rep. Davidson and his colleagues will work with us to make changes to this bill to ensure that it can be executed as intended. I also must add that it's enormously ironic that we're passing a bill focused on a nation's transparency at a time when President Trump is running one of the least transparent governments in our nation's history. As the last Trump term starts, we again did not have disclosures or divestment from the president, meaning we don't know how he's personally benefiting from his administration's actions. For example, President Trump introduced meme coins for himself and his wife, making it possible for any friend or foe with business before the president to trade millions in Trump cryptocurrency without any identification and verification. Further, Trump's co-president, Elon Musk, is also refusing to publicly disclose and divest from his conflicted investments, despite being a fake employee of the government who has assessed millions of Americans' taxpayer dollars and personally identified information. Transparency for the average American, but not for the Trump and his oligarchs. To fight corruption and kleptocracy, it is vital for the United States to have transparency in government. If we expect it of others, then we should model it, demand it for ourselves. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now yield 2 minutes to the bill's sponsor and author, the gentleman from Ohio. Mr. Davidson is recognized for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Today I urge this body to support H.R. 386, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act of 2025. This critical bill ensures that the United States stands firm against increasing the weight of the Chinese RMB in the International Monetary Fund's special drawing rights, their currency basket, unless China changes course. Frankly, China operates the Belt and Road Initiative in competition with the IMF, so this is a very modest proposal and very incremental. China should not even participate in the IMF while they're working to actually undermine the IMF with their alternative, the Belt and Road Initiative. Additionally, the special drawing rights are a useful global reserve asset, providing IMF members with claims on 5 major currencies: the dollar, the euro, now the RMB, but also the Japanese yen and the British pound. Most notably, this currency basket influences the IMF lending rate. All other banks or all other central banks participating are market-based, and in 2016, the IMF decided they were going to include a non-market-based currency, the Chinese RMB. More concerning, in 2022, as Chairman Hill pointed out, the IMF actually increased the weight to 12.8%, making it the 3rd most prominent currency, even though China lacks independence. This bill directs the U.S. Secretary of Treasury to oppose any further increase in the RMB's weight unless China complies with its IMF obligations, that it's found to not be a currency manipulator, that it adheres to the Paris Club and OECD rules on export credits. None of this undermines China's growth or sovereignty. Instead, it points them to the path that they already promised to pursue when they chose to participate. Further, when China joined the World Trade Organization, they pledged to become a market economy. And while they made early progress, China has ceased such efforts, and they instead work to undermine Western institutions like the International Monetary Fund. This bill has bipartisan support, having passed the House last September.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Finally, the CBO estimates it will have no significant impact on spending or revenue. Our foreign policy and financial institutions should advance our interests, not undermine them. I ask that my colleagues support this bill, and I thank the chairman and yield back.
The gentleman in reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close it. The gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
I yield to my friend from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. As China expands both its economy and global influence, it has been accused of manipulating its currency. This includes the use of its currency at the international institutions like the IMF. This bill would empower the Treasury Department to address that issue, which is a laudable goal. We should fight for the same type of transparency for our own government and government officials, including co-presidents Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It's a good bill, and I support it. And again, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Speaker, I want to echo the comments from my friend Mr. Davidson from Ohio about the fact that China is not a full market economy, has not met its obligations to act as a good sovereign on settling creditor concerns, that the Belt and Road policies of China has deeply indebted so many global South nations in such a way that the IMF does not have a full picture of their financial status in order to have access to the IMF's lending authorities. And so this is just another way, Mr. Speaker, for this House to, I think, make better policy, that we ask the IMF to have full transparency on what's happening in China, their participation with the fund. And one way to do that is to accomplish the worthy objectives here in H.R. 386. And I ask all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 386? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 692, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 692, a bill to require the United States Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund to advocate for increased transparency with respect to exchange rate policies of the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 692, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act. I want to thank my friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for his leadership in crafting and sponsoring this legislation. I also want to congratulate him for assuming the chairmanship of the Financial Services Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigation for this, the 119th Congress. He's off to a superb start. H.R. 692 is a critical tool as we reassess our economic relations with the People's Republic of China. Unlike advanced economies with floating currencies, the Chinese manage their exchange rate through a non-independent central bank and a state-owned set of financial institutions. The Treasury Department has long been tasked with monitoring foreign countries' intervention in the currency markets, with a legal mandate from this House to call them out when manipulating exchange rates in order to gain an unfair trade advantage. The problem with China is that its exchange rate management is so opaque that Treasury cannot effectively assess the country's exchange activities. Year after year, Treasury reports back to Congress showing how Beijing's lack of transparency makes China an outlier among our major trading partners. This is not only alarming for the United States, but the world at large, as last year, the People's Republic of China recorded a trade surplus of nearly $1 trillion. Mr. Muser's bill requires Treasury to lobby for stronger surveillance of Chinese currency practices at the International Monetary Fund, the primary institution overseeing foreign countries' exchange rate practices. In addition, Treasury will have to push the IMF to highlight how China's opaque policies diverge from that of other major economies in the world. H.R. 692 also requires Treasury to take China's lack of transparency into account when reviewing Beijing's shareholding level as a shareholder in the International Monetary Fund. During the last shareholder review, Congress made it clear that an increase in voting power for China would be unacceptable given its absolute flouting of the multilateral rules of the road. To the IMF's credit, it agreed to keep China where it was. Mr. Muser's important bill underscores that future increases should also be off the table if China continues to shroud its exchange rate practices in secret. I again want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for sponsoring this measure. He's going after China in precisely the manner that Beijing most dislikes, by harnessing multilateral pressure across the world to hold this regime in Beijing accountable. I urge my colleagues to support the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 692, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act, sponsored by Representative Muser. China has a history of devaluing its currency against the U.S. dollar, making its exports unfairly cheap and harming American small businesses. One way to confront this is to impose greater accountability on China through the International Monetary Fund. This bill would require the U.S. to press the IMF to report on the impact of China's exchange rate policies on the key IMF tools and consider whether China has been a responsible partner in the international monetary system when evaluating China's voting power at the IMF. While these are sensible actions that Congress can take to prevent China from using its currency as an economic weapon, they seem like a small step given the big threat. And I don't mean solely the very real threat from an aggressive China. I mean the threat from Donald Trump, whose comments and actions are all designed to weaken America's power on the global stage. Trump is withdrawing America from global organizations, such as the World Health Organization and parts of the United Nations. Trump is attacking our allies, like Colombia and Canada, making our friends question whether they're better off in a world with America in the lead. Trump is starting what even Wall Street Journal calls the dumbest trade war ever, driving our partners away from our markets and the U.S. dollar. He and his co-president, Elon Musk, are illegally and unilaterally ending Americans' foreign aid programs, causing a disaster for the recipients of that support, but also creating a mammoth void which China will step in and fill. And perhaps worst of all, President Trump is signaling that America will abandon Ukraine and Taiwan, telling the globe that we are an unreliable partner, especially as a security partner, regardless of law and treaty to the contrary. I'm here to say, no, Mr. Trump, we will not stand silent as you tear down America and America's role in the world. So yes, let us stand up to China at the IMF. But if, as our majority is signaling, we should adopt Trump's aggressive isolationist policies, then we are giving up the globe to a China that is more than happy to step into our void. That reduces this bill to nothing more than a hollow gesture. I will urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the Speaker. I thank my friend from California, but I want to point out to him that here on this House floor today, Mr. Speaker, on both sides of the aisle, we're talking about how to improve oversight through the multilateral process against some countries, such as China, who don't always have the best interest at heart, both in the trade market and in economic affairs in the country. And I believe that our recently inaugurated president absolutely knows how to help hold them account. These are the exact kind of tools that will strengthen the hand of our new Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, as he thinks about going to multilateral meetings. These will strengthen the hand of our hopefully soon to be confirmed colleague at the United Nations. So we're here on the House floor today to talk about how we can strengthen American leadership across the globe. And one way to do that is to counter China's attempt to manipulate world's rules. And so I want to thank my friend from Pennsylvania for sponsoring this bill. I yield him 3 minutes to describe its benefit. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my very good friend, Chairman Hill, for his leadership, and I rise in support of my legislation, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act, H.R. 692, a bipartisan bill supported by my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This legislation directly confronts the People's Republic of China's very nebulous, opaque, and often manipulative practices in foreign exchange markets, including their policy of intentionally depreciating their own currency, which undercuts the competitiveness of U.S. exports in a random manner that's targeted based upon products and particular industries. By mandating the U.S. Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund to use the voice and vote of the United States to advocate for increased exchange rate transparency from China, we're not just advocating for fairness, we're fighting for the integrity of the global economy in line with our own international trade goals. It's very reasonable. During Treasury Secretary Bessent's nomination hearing, he explained that the United States can leverage foreign exchange rates to make U.S. exports more competitive. However, achieving this will require every country to abide by the same exchange rate standards. It's time we, in fact, confront China's persistent gaming of international norms. They've been playing by their own rules for too long, and it's detrimental to global economic fairness and stability. This legislation is not about singling out China. It's about ensuring that all IMF members, including China, adhere to the rules they agreed to. China promised to maintain orderly exchange rate arrangements without manipulation. It's our job to hold them to that promise to ensure they do not continue to exploit the system to their advantage. We are taking a firm, no-nonsense approach to a complex issue, emphasizing our commitment to fair trade and transparent economic system. I strongly urge my colleagues to support the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act, H.R. 692, which did pass overwhelmingly last Congress by a vote of 379 to 1. This legislation is a stand for accountability in international finance, fair trade practices, and the stability of the global economy. It is very important. And now, with the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, this will be an added tool for somebody strong and tough like he to utilize to create this economic trade stability and fairness, particularly with China. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
I'd tell Mr. Speaker, I say to the gentleman that I have one more speaker.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield 2 minutes for one of the newest members on the House Financial Services Committee, the committee whip, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a new member of Congress, I'm honored to be on the floor today to support this good bill. For decades, it's been suspected that China manipulates its exchange rate to keep the dollar value of their currency artificially low. Why do they do this? To simply manipulate the market, to encourage exports and discourage imports, tipping the scales in their favor. That is not free trade, nor is it fair trade. Even the World Trade Organization and the International Monetary Fund both prohibit the use of currency manipulation to gain trade advantages. However, like so many other issues, the Chinese Communist Party's lack of transparency on this issue has been a roadblock to taking action to end this unfair practice. So let's bring their trade practices into the sunlight. This brilliant bill by my colleague from Pennsylvania who chairs the Financial Services Oversight and Investigations Committee, will require Treasury to push IMF members to take China's lack of transparency into account when considering China's shareholding at the fund. I urge my colleagues to support this good bill as a step forward towards fairer trade with the communist dictatorship. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from
Mr.
Arkansas
Speaker,
is recognized.
We don't have additional speakers, and so I reserve and I yield to my friend, Mr. Vargas.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared then to close. And I yield myself the balance of the time. China has been accused of manipulating its currency to expand both its economy and global influence. Concerns about this include its effects on American interests at international institutions like the International Monetary Fund. This bill proposes a way to address that, and I support it. I reiterate my concerns, however, to do so in the light of Trump's effort to defy law, Congress, and the Constitution by ending our foreign aid programs, withdrawing from global institutions, and attacking our allies as folly. In order to actually stand against Chinese aggression, one must stand up against our own president's aggression and his malign policies. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to thank Mr. Muser for his hard work on this bill, and to friends on both sides of the aisle, these are both significant reform efforts in the IMF to improve transparency, and particularly for what we've seen over the years as a lack of being willing to play by the multilateral rules that all large developed economies have been doing. And so I really support these bills, and I urge colleagues to support H.R. 692, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 692 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
The nays.
Opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. For what purpose is the gentleman from Arkansas?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 736, the Protect Small Businesses from Excessive Paperwork Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 736, a bill to amend Title 31 United States Code to modify the deadline for filing beneficial ownership information reports for reporting companies formed or registered before January 1, 2024.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 736, the Protect Small Business from Excessive Paperwork Act. I want to start by thanking Representative Nunn of Iowa for his work on this important legislation. In 2021, Congress passed the Corporate Transparency Act, known as the CTA. The goal of the CTA was to strengthen national security tools to target bad actors and nation states attempting to launder money through illicit activities. To accomplish this, the CTA established the Beneficial Ownership Information Reporting Regime through Treasury's Bureau, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, known across the country as FinCEN. With an effective date of January 1st, 2024, the CTA regulations required roughly 32,600,000 small businesses in the United States report their beneficial ownership information to FinCEN by the following year. To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, only some 9 million, or 1/3 of those required small businesses, have filed. Recent federal court actions on this confusing and complex rule have just added to the confusion that many of our members are hearing about from their constituents in their districts. Although this law was enacted with good intentions, Treasury's promulgation and implementation of the new reporting regime has been overly complex and particularly burdensome. Over the last year, members have heard consistently from their constituents that confusion reigns when it comes to beneficial ownership reporting requirements. And we've all heard not only from small businesses that are in the real estate business or in some small operating business that have a limited liability company or a limited partnership, but we've heard from their CPAs, their certified public accountants. We've heard from their legal advisors, all about the confusion and concern around these reporting requirements. It does not help that many small businesses have no idea what FinCEN is, making them wary of submitting such sensitive data to a government agency with which they're not familiar, personally identifiable information. The most sensitive information we have, our name, our taxpayer ID number, our ownership of our companies. And that's why Congressman Nunn's bill provides a 1-year extension of the reporting deadline, which will allow FinCEN to address gaps in its nationwide education campaign and tailor its outreach to small business owners. This extension ensures that all small business owners that qualify and are required as beneficial owners have adequate time to try to complete their reporting requirements. While here in Congress, we continue to fight back against this particular rule and its structure. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, these small business owners face aggressive penalties if they fail to report, even if it's unintentional. Small businesses in this country are the backbone of our economy. I hear it said many times every week on this House floor. And if that's true, we ought to be working together and get relief to them from this onerous rule. I commend Mr. Nunn for offering the relief with his particular legislation. I want to highlight the work of my Republican colleagues for their co-sponsorship of this critical legislation, and thank my friends on the other side of the aisle, the gentlelady from Kansas, Ms. Davids, Mr. Davis of North Carolina, for signing on to H.R. 736. I hope they will help us get this legislation over the finish line and benefit America's small businesses, even if it's in a moment of reprieve from the avalanche of rules. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting Mr. Nunn's bill, H.R. 736, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Despite the ill-named bill, I rise in support of H.R. 736, the Protect Small Businesses from Excessive Paperwork Act, sponsored by Representative Nunn. This bill extends the deadline for existing reporting companies under the Corporate Transparency Act, an essential piece of national security legislation designed to help law enforcement, financial institutions, and others root out the anonymous shell companies that are so often abused by domestic and foreign oligarchs, drug dealers, and terrorists to launder and hide their illicit funds. Extending the reporting deadline gives businesses extra time to comply with the law and additional time for the U.S. Treasury to do vital outreach needed to raise awareness among applicable business owners. I appreciate that Representative Nunn and Chairman Hill have chosen to offer this bill on the floor today, especially given the broad support for issuing this extension within our committee. But I have to say, given where things stand with the Trump administration, these concerns fall a little flat. Since the inauguration, President Trump has disbanded the Klepto Capture Task Force, designed to identify and pursue illicit Russian funds. He has declared that he will no longer prosecute most foreign corruption cases. President Trump has fired hundreds of bank examiners who are responsible for ensuring that financial institutions are keeping up with their obligations to detect and report possible instances of financial crime. He shuttered the Consumer Protection Bureau, which has returned $21 billion to defrauded Americans. Further, he and his GOP have fired criminal investigators at the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Internal Revenue Service and prosecutors at the Department of Justice. And he has himself offered cryptocurrency products that can be purchased without any verifiable identification, undercutting the very financial crime-fighting agencies that the CTA intends to bolster. So yes, I urge members to vote for this bill. It's got little meaning if my GOP colleagues remain silent as President Trump dismantles the national security law and enforcement capacity of the U.S. government. Also, it's ironic that I hear my good friend from Arkansas talk about the most sensitive, vital information that we have, our personal identifiable information, and at this moment we don't even know who has access to it. That's one of the things that angers most Americans. They don't know what Elon Musk is doing with this information or what young kid is running through these organizations getting that information and for what purpose they're using it. So yes, Rome is burning, and my colleagues across the aisle need to stop fiddling and pick up the fire extinguisher. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Yield 4 minutes to the gentleman who's crafted this constructive bill, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, the lead sponsor.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleagues from both Arkansas and California for your support of this bill. My bill, the Protect Small Businesses from Excessive Paperwork Act. Mr. Speaker, in just the opening weeks of Congress, we have already led on bipartisan solutions to help our small businesses be successful and get reprieve from the vast overreach that currently emanates from Washington, D.C. Small businesses, as we've noted, are the backbone of America. And in my home state, it makes up nearly 80% of our state's growth alone. Sadly, there are bureaucrats here in Washington who are focused on fines, fees, and prison time for nearly 32 million small businesses who only woke up to new regulations just showing up on the scene. And unfortunately, nearly 23 million of those small businesses have never even heard or received information about the new requirements that they must meet. In fact, some even mistook them for scams coming out of a federal agency they've never even heard of. Small businesses should not bear the risk of fines of up to $600 per fine, per infraction, per day for every violation, and up to nearly 24 months in prison for failure to report on a law they weren't even familiar with. In the first year alone, it will cost a small business around $8,000 in compliance fees. That blows my mind. In fact, it compelled me to invite the director under the Biden administration of FinCEN, Director Gackey, to come to Iowa. And yes, we were Iowa nice to her, but we were Iowa firm. When she spoke to Iowa, when she heard from Sunrisers Popcorn and Bergman Electric and Berg Electric, who told her how much these new requirements would directly impact their Main Street business. And to make matters worse, she told them with a straight face that she'd informed over 7 million businesses and that they'd already complied. This was with only weeks before final implementation went into effect. To be clear, this meant that around 80% of the small businesses remained unaware completely of the new rules and regulations and risked those fines I mentioned. With 99% of Iowa's businesses being those small businesses, those fines would add up and shutter main streets across my community and across this country. Our regulators would total around $160 billion in compliance costs levied upon Main Street businesses, small family farms, and communities across our country. I think we can all agree that regulators should be focused on protecting small businesses, not fining them out of existence. By keeping a small business open, it requires that a mom and pop shop put a lot of hard work and long hours in. It means that new entrepreneurs can be innovative and spend money growing our economy, not trying to meet some arbitrary government regulation. And it should not stifle those with a heavy hand when they're only doing their best to serve our communities. That's why I'm committed to fighting for Main Street. I'm committed for fighting for our family farms. I'm committed to fighting for our hometowns. And this bill will help protect small businesses from excessive paperwork. This is a simple solution that we've worked on together, and it's one of the most pressing concerns small businesses face. So whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, we all have small businesses and a hometown responsibility to fight for them today. And I'm grateful for everyone who helped lead and sponsor this bill, including the National Small Business Association, the U.S. Chambers of Commerce, our national cattlemen, even cowboys want less regulation. I would also like to thank our co-sponsors on this bill, including our co-leads, the House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, and my friends across the aisle, Representative Sharice Davis and Representative Don Davis. As a result, we have the opportunity to once again make sure that not only America is great, but that our hometowns have the opportunity to prosper and hold Washington accountable. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield my time. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
I'm sorry. The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
Mr. Speaker, I have several other speakers on this matter, so I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I once again thank Chairman Hill for his leadership. I do as well rise today in strong support of the Protect Small Business from Excessive Paperwork Act 736, introduced by my colleague, Congressman Nunn. Small businesses create jobs, drive innovation, support local communities, really make the difference in communities. Unfortunately, we have the previous administration imposed many, many duplicative and costly regulations on small businesses simply to make it harder for them to survive. One of the latest and most egregious examples was FinCEN's beneficial ownership information reporting rule, which we're all very aware of at this point. This rule literally forces millions of small businesses that have less than 20 employees and under $5 million in revenue to file redundant, intrusive, unnecessary reports to the federal government under the threat of very steep penalties, up to $10,000. H.R. 736 rightfully delays the beneficial ownership reporting rule 1 year to 2026, giving the Trump administration and the courts time to assess the proper path forward for small businesses. So actually, this reporting information can provide some usefulness as opposed to just a great burden. Republicans received a mandate to cut the red tape and push back against unnecessary punitive regulations, and we're going to do it that do more harm than good. I, again, thank Chairman Hill and Representative Nunn for prioritizing this much-needed relief for small businesses. Small businesses need our support, not our red tape and bureaucratic demands for unnecessary, nonsensical information. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that you note the comment made by Mr. Muser on the subject of 20 employees or $5 million. So the definition of this bill says that a small business that has to report these 32 million plus businesses that we're talking about, the definition is they have fewer than 20 employees and fewer than $5 million. And my friend from California rightfully said that the concern of the federal government is about illicit finance through the use of shell companies incorporated in one of our states. But let that sink in to everybody listening to this debate. 5 million in revenues, 20 employees. Mr. Speaker, for decades before I came to Congress a few years ago, I helped start businesses, I helped finance businesses, all of which would dream To have $5 million in annual revenues and 20 employees. Think about your best friend who has a HVAC contracting company to help people with their air conditioning and heating. He works there. His son works for him. They have a couple $1 million in revenue. It's his whole livelihood. He loves it. He's the best at what he does. But in this world, in this house, he's accused of being a shell company and being burdened by this rule. So once again, so many times the government goes after the bad guy and sweeps up everybody. And that's why Mr. Nunn has come to this floor to say, we need another year to think about this, and I would certainly urge the incoming administration to rethink the whole process. Because Mr. Vargas is right, it's an important thing to do to try to capture illicit finance, but it's another thing in the world to sweep up every American trying to live the American dream with their own small business. We want people who want $5 million in revenue and have 20 employees. What a joy. So we're united on this today, Mr. Speaker, and I think that's good for the American people to see too, that we care about what's happening, and occasionally we get it wrong in government and we work hard to try to rectify it. And that's what Zach Nunn of Iowa is fighting for small businesses to do. And I yield 2 minutes for my friend, the committee whip, Mr. Harold Ladopoulos from Florida, in support of this legislation.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the chairman for bringing this to the floor and our colleagues across the aisle for working together on this important bill. It is great that common sense is making a comeback in America. I really applaud the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Nunn from Iowa. He's done a remarkable job of bringing this to the forefront as people recognize the impact that burdensome paperwork can have on our American economy. In recent years, the previous administration imposed complex, costly beneficial ownership requirements backed by the split of civil and criminal penalties. Compliance could cost up to $8,000 per year, and little was done by the Treasury Department to communicate those requirements to business owners. As a result, with little clarity and even less time to comply, over 30 million small businesses are now facing the risk of thousands of dollars in fines and potentially years behind bars if egregious. Why are we making such criminal suspects out of small business owners? American businesses already file a considerable amount of paperwork to ensure that money laundering and bad actors are unable to operate through shell corporations, as the chairman highlighted. Why are millions of American small businesses now forced to file these regulations when they already been burdened by so much extra paperwork? With the extension, this will also give our new Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Bessent, the time to apply common sense in helping small businesses meet these reporting requirements. This bill is a strong start to reduce the immense regulatory burden that America's small businesses face each day and protect business owners from unjust criminal liability. Let's pass this bill and get back to common sense. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and I thank you for your leadership.
I thank the gentleman for Florida yielding back. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. The gentleman.
I yield to my friend from Florida.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I yield myself the balance of the time. The Corporate Transparency Act has been called the most important improvement to the U.S. anti-money laundering framework in a generation. To both effectively enact the law and to assist companies whose reporting is essential to fight against oligarchs and criminal cartels, we need the extension provided by this bill. As my good friend from Arkansas has said, we too see and hear small businesses and business owners. In fact, California has the largest number of small businesses in the United States. We don't want them to get swept up in this bill, I should say in the Corporate Transparency Act, but at the same time, we also need the ability to identify, investigate, and prosecute the bad actors. So I urge all my colleagues to stand up and speak out against what we're seeing today, unfortunately, which is President Trump's vengeful and self-interested destruction of our American national security, and to demand that we get information on how Elon Musk and his young marauders are using Americans' personal information. We want to know, what are they doing with all this information that they're gathering about all these Americans? What is he doing with it? We have no idea. And no one's asking questions on the other side. Again, it's important. If you listen to your constituents right now on both sides of the aisle, I know in my district, Republicans and Democrats, they want to know what's going on with all this information that Elon Musk is drawing out of the federal government. What is he doing with it? We have no idea. There's no investigation of this. We demand answers, and we think our friends on the other side should demand answers of this also. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we've had a good, robust debate on the importance of the right tools for the Treasury, for our states, for our law enforcement to root out illicit finance. But today, the Corporate Transparency Act, I think, has been exposed for what it is, which is a tremendous overreach in that effort that's added complexity, financial burden, and confusion for our small businesses. There is a better way to go about this, and I hope that we can work together on both sides of the aisle with the Treasury Department in the coming months to find that better solution, that least costly solution, that solution that protects people's privacy, protects personally identifiable information contained in these filings, that does it in a way that's less intrusive and less costly. And the concern I have about these big databases, Mr. Speaker, is intrusion from China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, our adversaries that every day are trying to break into the systems of the federal government and our private sector in this country to gather this personally identifiable information. And we've talked about it on this House floor, Mr. Speaker. IRS, hacked. Office of Personnel Management, hacked. The CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau databases, hacked. Others hacked. Private sector hacked. This is just another giant database that puts people's data at risk. So not only do I think there's a better way to do it, a least costly way to do it, a more effective way to do it, but also protect people's privacy. So I thank Mr. Nunn for working on both sides of the aisle to craft a way. Let's take a new look, and let's do that by approving this bill overwhelmingly, encouraging the Senate to do the same so that we protect these small businesses in the interim over the next year from this horrendous cost and confusion by rising in strong support today on both sides of the aisle and passing H.R. 736. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 736? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, let's see. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 975, the Credit Union Board Modernization Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 975, a bill to amend the Federal Credit Union Act to modify the frequency of Board of Directors meetings and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 975, the Credit Union Board Modernization Act. I applaud my Financial Services Committee colleagues, Representatives Vargas and Huizenga, for introducing it. This bipartisan bill will help focus credit unions' time and resources where it really matters, serving their members. Federal credit unions are governed by boards of directors who are currently required by law, Mr. Speaker, to meet at least once a month. This outdated requirement prevents credit unions from attracting talented volunteers and professionals to a credit union's board due to the time commitment of a monthly board meeting. Under H.R. 975, certain well-functioning credit unions are provided with the option to meet at least 6 times annually, with at least one meeting held during each fiscal quarter of the year. This crucial change frees up the time and resources used for meetings to put toward critical mission of providing financial services to their credit union members. Importantly, this bill has guardrails to ensure the safety and soundness of our financial system. Only credit unions with a CAMELS composite rating of a 1 or 2 will be permitted to meet at this less frequent rate. All credit unions, just like commercial banks, are subject to a supervisory rating scale. It's called the CAMELS rating. A credit union is assessed in each of the 6 categories under that acronym, and they're assigned a composite rating on a scale from 1, the best, to 5, worst, based on capital adequacy, asset quality, management, earnings, liquidity, and sensitivity to market risk, hence the acronym CAMELS. Therefore, this bill provides an incentive to achieve the strongest supervisory rating so that a credit union might access the flexibility offered by this bill. Furthermore, by reducing the mandated number of board meetings for federally chartered credit unions, this legislation would promote parity between federal and state chartered credit unions, as 17 states currently allow for less frequent than monthly meetings. As I say, fewer mandated board meetings are especially helpful for rural credit unions who struggle to attract talent to their boards and already operate with significant regulatory burden and sometimes long travel. Of course, nothing in this legislation prevents credit union boards from meeting more frequently if they determine that's necessary. Credit unions play an essential role in our communities across this country, and H.R. 975 will ensure that they're able to operate more efficiently. I thank the gentleman from California's 52nd District, Mr. Vargas, for introducing this important bipartisan bill. I encourage all of our colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to thank Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters for their support throughout this process. I rise in support of H.R. 975, the Credit Union Board Modernization Act. Credit unions are a vital part of our country's economic stability and success. These not-for-profit, member-owned institutions serve over 140 million Americans. Yet, for over 40 years, volunteer-led federal credit union boards have been burdened by an unnecessary requirement on meeting frequency. This bill gives financially sound and well-managed federal credit unions the flexibility they deserve. It will adjust the board meeting requirement by allowing qualifying federal credit unions to move from the current monthly meeting to meeting a minimum of 6 times annually with at least one meeting each fiscal quarter. This is a common sense fix that allows federal credit unions with a proven record of stability to dedicate more time and resources to the local communities they serve, like in San Diego, my hometown, and across the country. This fix also makes it easier for more Americans who currently are not able to serve on these boards due to the time commitment to have an opportunity to bring their perspectives to the table. And this bill contains key safeguards to ensure stability and mitigate risk.
newly formed credit unions, and those with poor ratings, as Mr. Hill stated, will still be held to the current monthly median requirements. Under this bill, only federal credit unions with strong ratings from our federal regulators and proven management capacities and capabilities will be eligible for the new median requirements. This reasonable bipartisan bill passed the House twice, in both the 117th and 118th Congress. Again, I would like to thank my colleague, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, for working with me on advancing this legislation and his deep knowledge of the issues. Actually, a pleasure working with him again. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kemp.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 975, the Credit Union Board Modernization Act. I also wanted to stand up and also echo and reiterate the points that are already addressed because this legislation is so important. And this bill would amend the Federal Credit Union Act to revise the frequency of the board meetings a federally chartered credit union must hold. Under current law, credit union boards must meet once per month. But this bill, H.R. 975, would allow credit unions to lower that threshold of required meetings to 6 per year. This bipartisan bill is needed to increase flexibility and unlock more resources for credit unions to better serve their members and our communities. Additionally, H.R. 975 creates an incentive for credit unions to improve their management ratings by decreasing the number of board meetings for those that have the best management ratings. On the other hand, credit unions that are poorly managed or are new federal credit unions will still be required to meet on a monthly basis. I commend my colleagues, Representatives Huizinga and Mr. Vargas, for reintroducing this common sense piece of legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 975 and eliminate burdensome regulations to let credit unions do what they best, which is to service their communities. As you heard, this has been passed in the 117th and 118th Congress. I think it's time to bring this home, and let's get this done this Congress. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any more speakers, so I yield to my friend, Mr. Vargas, if he wants to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared then to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Credit unions are vital to our economy, to our communities. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and the consumers and small businesses that they serve. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 975. I appreciate Mr. Vargas in sponsoring this good bill, Ms. Kim speaking on it. They represent the state of California, and the state of California has some of the nation's largest federal credit unions active and headquartered in their state. This will be a great service to those credit unions, particularly in the home state of California, to be able to focus on their members and have a few less meetings. So I thank the gentleman from California for his sponsorship. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 975? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 965, the Housing Unhoused Disabled Veterans Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 965, a bill to amend Section 3B4 of the United States Housing Act of 1937 to exclude certain disability benefits from income for the purposes of determining eligibility for the supported housing program under Section 8019 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 965, the Housing Unhoused Disabled Veterans Act, introduced by my colleague on the Financial Services Committee, Congressman Brad Sherman of California. Much like the bill that we just considered a few minutes ago from our friend Ms. De La Cruz of Texas, I want to start out commending our colleague from California for his work on this related issue that once again speaks to the fairness in HUD programs on behalf of our nation's veterans. The Housing and Urban Development Veterans Affairs Support Housing, or a HUD-VASH program, was created back in 1992. The purpose? To assist homeless veterans with psychiatric and substance abuse disorders. The VASH program is an important federal tool that provides housing assistance and supportive services for low-income veterans experiencing homelessness. Of course, it might seem redundant to some that a program to help homeless veterans would be geared towards those who are low income. But sometimes with HUD, nothing is ever simple. Much like how HUD treats service-connected disability compensation of veterans as income in its CDBG program, HUD here treats any disability benefits a veteran receives under Chapter 11 or Chapter 15 of Title 38 of the U.S. Code as income under HUD-VASH. The predictable result? Some disabled homeless veterans are blocked from using a program to help all homeless veterans because HUD has decided that those low-income veterans that are disabled are too wealthy to qualify. Sound familiar? This is exactly the debate we had a few minutes ago. Someone always has to explain these government bureaucratic messes to me because they never make any common sense, Mr. Speaker. The reform we're talking about today, offered by Mr. Sherman, fixes this problem. It reforms the HUD income calculation used in the HUD-VASH program to ensure that the disability payments of a low-income veteran do not exclude them from accessing this housing support. The bill goes on to say that HUD needs to adopt the same income calculation standard for any future veteran housing program it might create using HUD-owned property. I applaud my colleague for calling attention to this problem and for his bipartisan work to find a solution. While this may seem like an easy fix, this is Washington. There are no easy fixes, and HUD has consistently placed bureaucratic obstacles in the way of program efficiency time and time again. In fact, when Representative Sherman brought this up last year to the Secretary of HUD, he got the same answer that Representative De La Cruz got on her veterans' CDBG income question. Hey, that's Congress's job to fix it, not HUD's. So fix it, indeed we will. The approach the gentleman has taken in crafting this bill is a good one that will make a big difference in the HUD-VASH program, as well as how about making a difference for the veterans who are eligible to use it? That's why we're on this House floor. I thank him for his hard work to honor the promises that we've made to our veterans and urge bipartisan support of this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 965, the Housing Unhoused Disabled Veterans Act, sponsored by Representative Sherman. I thank Mr. Sherman for his work on this bipartisan bill, which will ensure homeless veterans, including those who may have higher incomes due to their disability benefits,
they can access supportive housing through HUD-VASH program. However, an important distinction in this bill will expand access to housing for more disabled veterans who are experiencing homelessness while preserving limited rental assistance for those with the lowest incomes. I also want to take this opportunity to talk about the importance of preserving HUD-VASH program as the Trump administration threatens to trample on Congress's constitutional powers of the purse by freezing federal funds that have already been designed and designated for the American people. HUD-VASH is arguably the most successful federal homeless program to date. In fact, under the Biden administration, Democrats were successful in lowering veteran homelessness to its lowest level ever on record, ever. That's what we can get done when we prioritize housing for people, not profit. HUD-VASH is the only federal program that is built to end veteran homelessness through the Housing First approach, which Republicans have time and time again tried to discredit. Housing First works because it solves the root of the homelessness crisis, which is a lack of affordable housing. Specifically, the program ensures people who are experiencing homelessness can first get off the street and into stable housing, where they then are supported with wraparound services such as case management, job training, healthcare services, and more. If Housing First works to help end veteran homelessness, it can work for everyone else too. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill and look forward to a more bipartisan effort to scale up proven Housing First solutions to end homelessness nationwide. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, who's done so much to advance these reforms in HUD in our committee. We're grateful for her leadership. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 965, the Bipartisan Housing Unhoused Disabled Veterans Act, which I am proud to co-lead. Our veterans, particularly disabled veterans, have sacrificed immensely for our nation. Unfortunately, when they return home, they are met with unnecessary bureaucracy and government overregulation. Though we can never repay them for their sacrifice, we can show gratitude by ensuring that the bureaucratic obstacles do not stand in the way of veterans receiving the support that they need. H.R. 965 will make certain that disability benefits received by a veteran are not counted against a veteran seeking housing assistance under the HUD-VASH program. These programs are intended to help veterans, so let us ensure that we do all we can to ensure they achieve that mission by enacting common sense measures. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan solution to ensure those that sacrifice so much for this great country are not penalized for benefits they have earned through their selfless service. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I tell my good friend on the other side of the aisle that we have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close, but I've reserved my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized. Or California is recognized. I'm sorry. I said it too many times.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do love Arkansas, but I do represent California. Although I do have to say the two people that worked on my staff did retire to Arkansas. That's where they're from originally, and they're enjoying themselves there. Well-managed state, I'm sure. And with that, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets and is the sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I thank the gentlelady from Texas. These are two companion bills. It has been good working with her. And my hope is that we not only pass both these bills today unanimously, but that we actually get the Senate to act. There's nothing more shameful than a homeless, disabled American veteran, one who's lost a limb, defending us and now living on the streets. There are two programs to focus on that are designed to provide housing for the unhoused. The De La Cruz bill, which I was proud to be the chief Democratic advocate of, dealt with the CDBG program. This bill deals with a joint program between HUD and the Veterans Administration, HUD and the VA, and that's why the bill's title spells out HUD VA. The issue, again, is how do we define income for eligibility for housing? And certainly we should change that definition when it applies to veterans housing for veterans on veterans' land. The worst thing we could do is exclude disabled veterans. This is particularly true because perhaps the most significant parcel that this will affect is in my district, and it is the largest VA hospital in the West. What better place for disabled American veterans to live when they need often hospital care than to live right there at the hospital? This bill amends the HUD definition of annual income to exclude disability payments received by a veteran for eligibility purposes for housing under the HUD VA supportive housing program. Last year, HUD did, in a major victory for us, decide to exclude this disability veteran benefits from this definition. It's now, I think, necessary for us to make that a statutory change so that it doesn't change with this or that administration. Now, to qualify, as I've said, the central issue is whether VA disability benefits count as income. The Internal Revenue Code excludes them from that definition of income. And as I said in talking about the gentlelady from Texas's bill, if you're disabled and you have disability benefits, those benefits don't necessarily raise your standard of living and raise your income from that standpoint when you have to spend your disability benefits on, for example, home health care, the additional cost of living with a disability, etc. The HUD-VASH program is designed to provide rental assistance. The inclusion of disability benefits in the annual calculation excludes veterans from living who are disabled from living at VA hospital land or part of the complex that includes the VA hospital. This legislation would address this problem. The bill is supported by virtually all the veteran support organizations, VFW, Vietnam Veterans of America, American Legion, Disabled American Veterans, U.S. Vets, Black Veterans Empowerment Council. The bill is also supported by the U.S. Conference of Mayors because it's mayors, after all, that have to deal with the homeless, and particularly homeless veterans in their cities. This bill had 101 co-sponsors last Congress, substantial bipartisan support in this Congress. Pleased to have the co-leadership of Ms. De La Cruz from Texas, and it has a 0 Congressional Budget Office score, so it does nothing to increase our deficit. The recent wildfires in my area also exemplify this in that the VA hospital that I referred to is right there close to these to where these fires broke out. So I look forward to passing this bill and to persuade the Senate to do so as well, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. I'd again like to thank Congressman Sherman for working across the aisle, in particular with Representative De La Cruz from Texas and her companion bill, to ensure that our nation's HUD-VASH program works as effectively as possible. This bill is a step forward in ensuring that every veteran who is experiencing homelessness can access the supportive housing they need, facilitating their successful reintegration into civilian life. This is especially true for disabled veterans who experience unique barriers to housing that is inaccessible and increasingly unaffordable. With this bill, we can assure and ensure disabled veterans have the resources they need to lead stable, fulfilling lives after their invaluable service to our nation. Again, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the Speaker. I want to thank Mr. Sherman for his good work on this, his partnership with Ms. De La Cruz of Texas. Mr. Speaker, I also want to express my deep empathy and support of Mr. Sherman, Representative Chu, Representative Kim, others in the LA Basin that are coping with the horrendous results and tragedy connected with the fires at Pacific Palisades and elsewhere, where some 45,000 California homes were destroyed in just a blink of an eye and lives lost. And so we thank Mr. Sherman for his ever focus on housing the least fortunate, our veterans, but also we know that he's concerned about what's going to happen in the months ahead as Southern California recovers. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we will have a bipartisan roundtable tomorrow in the House Financial Services Committee where members on both sides of the aisle will talk with experts about how best to improve resilience and think through recovery for Southern California. So I want to thank my colleagues for their bipartisan work on H.R. 965. I urge a yes vote on both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 965? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 692 and H.R. 736. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 692 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 692, a bill to require the United States Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund to advocate for increased transparency with respect to exchange rates policies of the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 388, the nays are 7, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 736, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 736, a bill to amend Title 31 United States Code to modify the deadline for filing beneficial ownership information reports for reporting companies formed or registered before January 1st, 2024.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 408, the nays are 0, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. The House will be in order.
Shh. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Lila K. Williams Kreitz, who unfortunately passed away last week at the age of 89. Ms. Kreitz graduated from Leon High School in Tallahassee, Florida, and then attended Duke University, where she received her BA in history and met her husband, Dale Kreitz. Mr. and Ms. Kreitz then moved to Savannah, Georgia, where she played an integral part in the community by devoting herself to civic and community organizations. She was a member of the Junior League of Savannah, a volunteer for the historic Savannah Foundation, and a board member and president of the Telfair Academy, which she led through periods of tremendous growth. Ms. Kreitz, a woman of strong faith, was a dedicated communicant of Christ Church Episcopal for over 50 years. Mr. and Ms. Kreitz were married for 66 years. Their partnership extended beyond family and business to adventurous hobbies, including hunting and fishing. Ms. Kreitz is survived by her son Dale Jr. and daughter Lila, 4 grandchildren, 1 great-grandchild, her sister and brother, and 3 nephews. She will always be remembered as a loving wife, mother, and grandmother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the abject frustration that constituents of Northwest Indiana have expressed due to the administration's incoherent and overreaching executive orders that create unnecessary confusion in their failed attempts to improve government efficiencies. Is it efficient when individuals, small businesses, municipalities, and nonprofit organizations that provide benefits to seniors, veterans, and children are frozen without guidance? Is it efficient when a federal employee hired for 20 years living in my district is told to report back to an office in D.C. that never existed? Is it efficient when officials immediately end public transit services that seniors rely upon, and when community health centers that provide essential services to vulnerable populations can't access government websites? These actions are creating inefficiencies and wasting taxpayer dollars. As a member of the House Appropriations Committee, I encourage the administration to look forward and put their proposals in their upcoming budget requests, and let's begin the constitutional process and real negotiations with checks and balances to benefit the American people. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce the Emergency Border Control Budget Resolution to kickstart the resolution process. As we stand here today, negotiations have stalled in the House. We all know this. We're at a crossroads in this reconciliation process, and it's time for the House and Senate to quickly pass a border funding bill with a debt ceiling increase so that President Trump can deliver on his promises to the American people and reassure the financial markets. The legislation I just introduced is a budget that contains $200 billion in new funding for President Trump to secure our southern border, fund immigration enforcement, and rebuild America's defenses. This increased spending is paired with $486 billion in cuts to Biden's failed and wasteful spending. These cuts will result in a $286 billion real deficit reduction over 10 years. The Emergency Border Control Budget Resolution is the first step in the Freedom Caucus's 218 strategy to successfully implement the President's America First agenda. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate and protect the largest system of fresh water on Earth, the Great Lakes. I will be introducing the bipartisan Great Lakes Gateways Network Act of 2025 alongside my talented colleague David Joyce of Ohio. The Great Lakes have been declared a national treasure by executive order in 2004. The Great Lakes undergird America's industrial and agricultural heartland and encompass terrestrial and aquatic wildlife, 2 globally important migratory bird flyways, and home to 20 national wildlife refuges, 7 national parks, America's longest coast and lake shores, monuments and memorials, 6 national forests, many state parks, wildlife management areas, and trail systems. These assets generate annually over $52 billion in economic activity. So the Great Lakes Gateways Network of 2025 will help us conserve, restore, interpret our precious history by catalyzing numerous public and private investment in a linked network of gateway sites. It's long overdue for the Northwest Territory and our Great Lakes to shine a light on our region's magnificence and America's freshwater kingdom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on the illegal dismantling of U.S. aid and its detrimental effects on Haiti. Not only is Haiti currently dealing with a massive gang violence that has killed thousands of people and displaced millions of people, it is a country also on the verge of famine. The World Food Program projects that they will run out of food assistance to Haiti in March due to this freeze. This will fuel the gangs who recruit starving children to join them, worsening an already dire humanitarian crisis and causing thousands more to flee the nation, meaning mass migration to the United States. Make no mistake, gutting U.S. aid means gutting regional security. It will also directly harm my constituents. The Port of Palm Beach alone exports $160 million in food to the Caribbean alone, many of which is distributed by the U.S. aid and their partners. The farmers and dock workers in my district will directly lose on all critical businesses. I urge my colleagues to stand for the U.S. aid, the backbone of our national security. And remember, either we feed them now or we'll end up fighting them later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a proud New Yorker, and today I speak as a proud American. An American tragedy has played out in California, and those who have lost their homes and their lives are first and foremost Americans. This nation has an obligation to help all of our fellow citizens. For those who claim America first, it is not America first except for California, America first except for Massachusetts or New York. We owe a debt to help our fellow Americans in California without political considerations or restrictions. When a hurricane tears through Florida, do we say, let's see the governor's plans to harden infrastructure before we help Floridians? Do we say, let's see what local Florida zoning laws allow for buildings near the coast before we grant aid? Or when tornadoes devastate Texas, how do they make schools less vulnerable before we give Texans assistance? When Floridians are suffering, I see Americans. When Texans are suffering, I see Americans. And as a New Yorker, I support aid to Florida, Texas, and California when they need it without politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call out the cowards who think they can prey on women and get away with it. Today, I'm going scorched earth. So let the bridges I burn this evening light our way forward. As in many areas, God's word has given me wisdom, God's love has shown me the light, and God's grace has given me the strength to be here today. God placed this burden on my path, not to crush me, but to ignite something within me, a calling, a purpose, a responsibility, and courage, which I am using in spades today. The purpose of my speech tonight is to make sure These women will never be forgotten, and the men who hurt them will never be allowed to get away with it or hide again. God uses imperfect people to carry out his perfect plans. I ask God to fill me up, to be his vessel, and to use me for his purpose tonight. I ask for his protection as I expose the devil's hand today. In Jeremiah 6:16, it says, when we're at a crossroads, that we're to look at the ancient paths, look for the right way, and walk on it. When I was saved 5 years ago in church in May of 2019, it was a Saturday night, and I was at a crossroads in life. And when I heard this sermon with my child next to me, he put his arm around me. He said, "Mommy, it's going to be okay. We are going to be okay." And I know that in God's faith, in his wisdom, when I listen, he shows us the way. And tonight it is God who is showing me the right path to take, because this is about truth. This is about unveiling evil that is in the state of South Carolina. And I want to quote Martin Luther King tonight, who said, "The time is always right to do what is right." So what I am doing tonight, I know in my heart of hearts, is right. I'm going to take this Bible a friend gave to me. I'm going to place my hand on this Bible. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Today I'm going to free myself from the monster who broke me. Today I'm going to free other women who fell prey to the same man. Today I will free other women further from a group of men who committed the most evil acts against them. I want every woman and girl to know in the country, you have a friend and you have a sister in me. And I will fight like hell for you every day of the week. We must never tolerate abusers masquerading as men of character. Abuse doesn't discriminate. Abuse doesn't care if you are Republican or if you're a Democrat. Abuse doesn't care who you are or where you come from or how strong you are or what title you hold. I'm living proof that even as a member of Congress, I found myself face to face with the darkest corners of humanity. You really think you know someone until you don't. In November 2023, I accidentally uncovered some of the most heinous crimes against women imaginable. We're talking about rape, non-consensual photos, non-consensual videos of women and underage girls, and the premeditated, calculated exploitation of women and girls in my district. Today, you will hear about the depraved men behind these gutless and evil acts. These men didn't just harm their victims, they recorded their depravity as if it were a badge of honor. When I uncovered evidence of rape and the illegal filming of women and sex trafficking, I didn't just see victims. I saw a system that failed to protect them. I saw criminals who thought they could get away with it because no one had the guts, no one had the courage, no one had the bravery to hold them accountable because we are filled with cowards. I will burn this system to the ground if I have to. These men aren't just criminals. They are predators, and you can see the names and the faces of these predators on this board to my right tonight. These predators are not untouchable. These predators are not invisible, and these predators are not invincible. And today, their names will be tied to their crimes and their cowardice forever. Let me say their names for the record in an alphabetical order. Eric Bowman of Sullivan's Island, South Carolina. Patrick Bryant of Mount Pleasant in Isle of Palms, South Carolina, who also goes by Brendan Patrick Bryant. John Osborne of Charleston, South Carolina. And Brian Musgrave of Fort Mill, South Carolina. Let me be loud and clear. I would never allow any woman or underage girl anywhere near any of you. When you incapacitate women, it's against the law. When you sexually assault women, it's called rape. If you film women naked without their knowledge, without their permission, and without their consent, it's called voyeurism. And it makes you a peeping Tom. And it is illegal. When you and your business partners, like these, all business partners, when you and your business partners pay each other and you sexually abuse women, it's called sex trafficking, and it is against the law. And it, by definition, makes you a sex trafficker. Witness intimidation is also illegal. To Eric Bowman, Patrick Bryant, Brian Musgrave, and John Osborne, you have bought yourself a one-way ticket to hell. It is nonstop. There are no connections. So I and all of your victims can watch you rot for an eternity. Today is about justice. Truth has a way of rising no matter how deeply you try to bury it. Tonight is about truth, the painful, the cold, the hard truth. On the night of October 30th, 2023, I received a text message with screenshots from a friend of mine in South Carolina. It showed my then fiance, Patrick Bryant, active on a dating app. In South Carolina, politics is a blood sport. I thought this was your usual run-of-the-mill political game. I thought it was a joke. When I confronted Patrick Bryant 4 days later, on November 3rd, the first thing he did was take his phone and put it in a safe and lock it. A safe identical to this one. It was so confusing, I didn't understand. Why would someone put their cell phone in a safe and lock it? After more women came forward, I realized this was not for laughs. Soon after, I learned the dating app was the very least of my worries. Let me make clear, I don't care that he was on a dating app. 2 days later, Patrick Bryant put my thumbprint on his phone. One just like this. He put his thumbprint, my thumbprint on his phone. He also gave me the 4-digit code to his safe. The night that I was given legal access to his phone, I opened it for the first time. And what I discovered shocked me to my core. One of the first videos I saw was of a woman. She was incapacitated, and she was being raped. I found some photos of what appeared to be a teenager undressed in the kind of underwear a child would wear. To me, the facial expression of this young woman, young girl, teenager, looked scared and nervous. I saw another video of another woman who was undressed, clearly on a camera, unaware she was being filmed. She was slender, and she had long brown hair. I turned up the volume to hear if there was audio. I heard my voice. I zoomed in on the video, and that woman was me. My entire body was paralyzed, and I couldn't move. Were my feet on the floor? Was I breathing? I have no idea. I could feel pain shooting out of my heart, out of my chest, drop straight down to the floor like I was in a nosedive. The pain running through my veins wouldn't stop. Time was suspended for a moment. This monster stole my body. It felt like I had been raped. He stole my body without my permission, without my knowledge, and without my consent. This hidden camera that I found was at a property owned by Patrick Bryant and his business partner, Brian Musgrave. Here was a similar camera bought on Amazon. Something this small that could violate so many to such a heinous degree. I found an app where at least one of the hidden cameras I discovered was stored. I discovered on this app for this tiny little camera, there were 10,633 videos on it. Let me repeat. Just one camera I found had 10,633 videos on it. Patrick Bryant must have forgotten. In my younger days, in my youth, I used to be a computer programmer. I know enough about technology. I found more photos, this time of female employees. I found photos of wives of male employees. Photos of girlfriends and women who very clearly didn't know their private parts were being filmed and photographed. I found file after file after file. Patrick Bryant had upskirt photos of one particular victim, the wife of a male employee, who was also one of his best friends. He took upskirt photos of his employee's wife spanning at least 8 years. He even took upskirt photos of her on their family vacations. And I know she had no idea these photos were being taken because of the way that they were taken. There's no way that she knew about it. I found about a dozen photos in Patrick Bryant's trash bin of underage girls that he deleted in the hours after he gave me access to his phone. I recognized 3 of the underage girls as daughters of some of his business partners, some of them in bikinis. If you're a 50-year-old man and you have teenage girls in bikinis on your phone and it's okay, why would you delete them in the hours after your fiance got access to your phone? There's nothing wrong with it. Why would these 12-plus videos of 12-plus photos of these underage girls be in your trash bin? What are you to worry about if there's nothing going on? But 3 of the teenage girls I saw in his trash bin of his business partners were in bikinis. One of these jarring photos of the child of one of his business partners was an underage girl, fully clothed, but her legs were spread open, unaware she was being photographed. Patrick Bryant took this photo from his penis area. In my accidental discovery, I found multiple devices used by him to record women without their knowledge. And that's before I get to what I uncovered with Patrick Bryant and his business partners. The weekend I was giving access to Patrick Bryant's phone, I found evidence that he got a second mobile device. I documented it. Patrick Bryant couldn't transfer these files off his device fast enough. I discovered he was transferring terabytes of data onto another device. I documented it. Patrick Bryant would soon replace his cell phone with a new one. I documented that too. He forgets that I used to be a computer programmer. None of this is conjecture. These are not allegations. These are facts. It is documented, sometimes with metadata. I knew how to get that too. This is what I found, this is what I saw, and this is what I accidentally discovered. As you should know by now, I keep all the receipts. In addition to what I documented, I personally identified almost a dozen victims. I found some witnesses, and I found more than enough probable cause, and then some. If I found this many victims with this little effort, why are they still on the streets of South Carolina today? I'm just one person. Imagine how many victims there truly are tonight, and they don't even know that they're victims of this cabal of rapists, this cabal of sex traffickers, this cabal of peeping Toms. Exactly 7 days later, after I got access to Patrick Bryant's phone, I was under extreme duress. I found more photos, I found more videos. On my last night with Patrick Bryant, he physically assaulted me. On the morning of November 13th, I fled my home and I went into hiding. I, as a member of Congress, fled my home and I went into hiding. It would be the first of 4 moves that I made last year. I still have the mark that Patrick Bryant made on me the night that he assaulted me. Rather than see this mark as a scar, I see this mark of a free woman, free from a monster. I will wear this mark that he made on me for the rest of my life as a badge of honor. To the friends who took me in, I want to say thank you. You took care of me when I had nowhere to go. You took care of me and my kids. Last year, I had to tell a woman that she'd been raped, and she didn't even know it. And she didn't know it, she had no idea, because she was incapacitated at the time of the rape. I knew she was raped because I accidentally found the video of her being raped. I found photos and video of her assault on Patrick Bryant's phone. One of Patrick Bryant's business associates, John Osborne, sexually assaulted her at the home of Eric Bowman. Patrick Bryant and Eric Bowman both had their phones out, like this, as she was being assaulted, as she was being raped. The 2 of them, the 3 of them business partners, the 2 of them had their phones out just like this, filming her as she was being raped. And she was completely laid out. There was no movement. There was no life. I couldn't even tell if this young woman was alive. John Osborne today, John Osborne, I want you to hear this in your omission as you're frantically texting people today. I cannot unsee what you did to this young woman, and you will not You will not get away with it. None of you will, because tonight is about justice for me, and tonight is about justice for all of the women that you all raped, that you all filmed, that you all photographed, that you all abused for years. I would later learn that these men, the three of them, Patrick Bryant, Eric Bowman, and John Osborne, planned her rape. It was premeditated. Eric Bowman knew there were children in the home at the time of the rape, and he decided to orchestrate it anyway. But that's not the only rape I uncovered at Eric Bowman's home. In a second video, Patrick Bryant can be seen breaking into a room, his pants undone, ready to rape a different incapacitated woman. Again, laid out. There was no life, there was no movement. I couldn't tell if she was alive. Eric Bowman, his business partner, filmed it. When I informed my children we were urgently fleeing our home as if our lives depended on it, my children asked me if Patrick Bryant had ever raped me. I don't know how children know the inherent spirit of humanity, but my kids knew something I did not already know. Children have a way of knowing evil in others when we don't. In searching for victims over the last year, I met other women who were raped or sexually assaulted by some of these men. The other assaults I uncovered over the last year span over a decade, almost 20 years. In talking to these victims, there's a clear pattern of behavior. Women were incapacitated, they were raped, and someone filmed it. One night in 2022, I found myself at a property owned by Patrick Bryant and Brian Musgrave on the Isle of Palms in South Carolina. Business partners Patrick Bryant and Eric Bowman were both there. I was served 2 small vodka sodas, like this glass right here, 2 small vodka sodas, like anyone would have at their neighborhood restaurant. A short time later, I blacked out. I have never blacked out after having a vodka soda or any adult beverage ever in my life. It's never happened. But I know who has. The women raped on those tapes that I saw, the women raped that I spoke to over the course of the last year. The stories of these women were all too familiar. Now I know why. My memories of that night are just flashes in and out of the dark, flashes in and out of the night. I was raped that night. Was it Patrick Bryant? I don't know. But I was raped. I believe that they purposely incapacitated me. Was anyone else there? Was it filmed? Was it sold on the dark web? I have no idea. But I know what these men do to their victims. I learned firsthand about the weaponization of government going through this trauma because I met it head on. I fought in silence, and it was one of the hardest things I have ever had to do. In October, Eric Bowman tried to intimidate me, and he tried to silence me. And the state of South Carolina failed to take it seriously as witness intimidation. During the last year, I turned everything over to law enforcement and then some. I was told I, as a victim, would be investigated. Investigated for what? I am a victim here. I am turning in all of this evidence to you. And now you say victims. You're a victim of rape. You're a victim of being drugged. You're a victim of a peeping Tom and voyeurism, yet we're going to investigate you. That is what the state told me. During the last year, more than once, I was told I could be arrested. Arrested for what? These types of threats are also a way to intimidate victims, instilling fear so victims hide in the shadows, so victims don't come forward, so victims don't ask for complaints to be filed. So there is no investigation because you strike holy fear into victims, or you tell them there's nothing you can do. You tell them they have no value. I brought handcuffs with me today. If anyone would like to arrest me for standing up for women, here are my wrists. Arrest me. Take me to jail because I am 100% guilty of turning over evidence of peeping toms, of turning over evidence of rape, of turning over evidence of voyeurism, of turning over evidence of sex trafficking. And who knows, probably a heck of a lot more, and more crimes I don't have time to get into tonight. I am 100% guilty of advocating for justice despite every effort to silence me. There is a silent battle raging every single day. It's not a problem confined to one race. It's not a problem confined to one religion. It's not a problem confined to one socioeconomic class. It's not someone else's problem. It is our problem. We must face domestic violence, sexual assault, rape, and sex trafficking with courage. We must face it with clarity, and we must face it with compassion. We must also face it with hardcore justice. There is no room for those who think their strength is in intimidating and harming or threatening others. True strength lies in honor, it lies in respect, and it lies in the truth. Real men are protectors, they're not predators. South Carolina's chief law enforcement officer, Attorney General Alan Wilson, stated 2 weeks ago tonight that he will let his, quote, record speak for itself. Attorney General Alan Wilson, be careful what you wish for, because your record speaks loud and clear. Women who come forward in your system are treated like criminals. Under your leadership, in your system, and on your watch. Attorney General Alan Wilson, you know there were deliberate delays in an investigation in what I turned over. 228 days of delay, and you know this. 228 days of delay, that's 7 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days of delay to investigate. Once again, today, you are kicking the can down the road like you always do. You are known for it. More days, more weeks, and more delay. Did the Attorney General contact the Department of Social Services when the state was told about a rape that happened in a home with children, when children were at home? No, he didn't. Did South Carolina's Attorney General have any of these predators indicted after being provided clear, cut and dry evidence, including video, photos, witnesses? No, he did not. When the attorney of a victim asked to speak to the Attorney General, Alan Wilson directly, he told the attorney not to send him any information, not to send him any documents. Did the state accept additional physical evidence from me late last year when I stumbled upon it? No, they did not. I was also told my domestic violence incident would not be investigated. In your system, Attorney General Alan Wilson, women who come forward are threatened with investigation like I was. In your system, women who come forward are threatened with arrest like I was. While the law is explicit in protecting victims, in your system, you don't follow the law. I waited 320 days before receiving a victim's rights advocate, and only because I was persistent. I was given a victim's rights advocate 10 months, 2 weeks, and 6 days later. 10 months, 10 and a half months the state waited to give me a victim's rights advocate. What is wrong with you people? So let me remind you, Mr. Attorney General, you have one job, and it is to follow the law. South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, you're not a real man, because real men protect women. I have no respect for anyone who treats women and victims the way you do. I will stand up and stand in the way of anyone who will cause harm and abuse, and you're one of them. You've turned a blind eye to women and girls for the last 15 years. I don't have the luxury of looking away. The larger emotional travesty for the victims here, which overshadows all of these evil acts, is the fact the state has refused to do its job and put these predators behind bars, in effect telling these victims they have no value. Justice delayed is justice denied. The delays have been long enough. My outrage over your broken system and my passion to call it out and fix it isn't personal. I have an ethical and a moral obligation to protect each and every one of my constituents, even if it's from someone I know personally. To the victims tonight, I want you to know you have value, and you as a victim can still have victory after tonight. To those concerned about false accusation, and there will be some of you out there, yes, fake victims exist, and they do real consequential harm to real victims. But the existence of a few frauds should not and cannot be an excuse to ignore the desperate cries of those who suffer in silence. Justice demands discernment, not denial. This isn't a story about bitter ex-girlfriends, because some of you will say that too. That's not true. This isn't a story about consensual sex tapes. There were plenty of those. I don't care what two consenting adults do. That is the definition of freedom. This is a story about predators who hunt women for sport. This is a story about rapists. This is a story about sex traffickers. This is a story about peeping toms and voyeurs who have never been called to account or held responsible for their heinous crimes against women. The daughter of Ethel Lance, a victim of the 2015 Mother Emanuel shooting, said to her mom's killer, "I forgive you." If she can do it, I can too. Ethel, thank you for being a beacon of forgiveness for Christians out there in the world to know forgiveness can happen. I don't want to forgive. I don't want to. But I know that as a woman of faith, I have to. But also the Bible reminds us that forgiveness does not forfeit justice. In Romans 12:19, it says, "Beloved, never avenge yourself, but leave it to God. Leave it to the wrath of God, for it is written, 'Vengeance is mine, and I will repay,' says the Lord." Today, we're getting justice. As a woman of faith, I draw strength from the teachings of Jesus Christ, and Christ confronted injustice wherever he saw it. I will not stand silently by while abuse is excused, while it's hidden, and while it's ignored. I will fight to protect victims. I will fight to hold abusers accountable. And I will fight to ensure every woman and child has the safety and security they deserve. As Giselle Pellico said, shame must change sides. I no longer live in the shadows. I no longer live in shame. I live in the light. So thank you, Giselle, for being fearless and fighting for your justice. I want to recognize J.K. Rowling for her resilience in speaking out for women and girls. Her message has kept me pushing forward on days when I didn't think I had anything left. And there are an untold number of groups working around the clock to support women. I thank you too. I've spent countless hours working on legislation to protect women and girls since this deeply traumatic event. I want to thank my staff who are here and who are watching for working on this legislation. They've worked incredibly hard to deliver. Women have rights. Women have the right to privacy. We have the right not to be filmed. We have the right not to be raped. We have the right not to be intimidated and harassed. We have the right to feel safe and secure. There's more work to be done yet, but to my staff and to my team, you are making an enormous difference for women and girls everywhere. We have filed over a dozen bills in the last 14 months since this has happened. My bill, the Sue Voyeurs Act, creates a civil right of action for victims of voyeurism. The Stop Voyeurs Act expands the very narrow criminal prohibition against video voyeurism at the federal level. H.R. 7567 addresses deepfakes. The Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act deports rapists and pedophiles. The Safe Shelters Act prohibits sex offenders from entering or using the services of emergency shelters. The Rape Shield Enhancement Act to protect the women who are raped, to protect their privacy. My bill, the Stop Invasion of Women's Spaces Act, defunds any entity who allows an individual to use a single-sex facility that does not correspond with their biological sex. The Protecting Women's Spaces Act prohibits people from using single-sex facilities on federal property other than those corresponding with their biological gender. The Prison Rape Prevention Act ensures and requires inmates to be housed based on their biological sex, so women can't be raped by a man who thinks he's a woman. The Banish Act addresses revenge porn. H.R. 8180 increases the civil penalty for revenge porn. H.R. 1579 prohibits members and those from using single-sex facilities other than those corresponding with their gender. It's not just federal law, but state law needs to be addressed too. In South Carolina, state law 16-17-470 makes voyeurism and peeping Toms first offense a misdemeanor, not a felony. It's a couple $100 fine and a few years in jail if they prosecute you and if they get a conviction on that prosecution, which they don't want to prosecute, by the way. If you'd like to work on legislation with us, our office is open. You can go to mace.house.gov/women, and we will work with you. Some will ask, why am I speaking out? I was horrified about what I uncovered and cannot stand silent and do nothing about it. Being quiet is not in my DNA, especially when I see wrongdoing. The probability these predators are continuing their abuse and crimes against women right now, as I speak, as I give this speech right now, is very high. And if I found this many victims with this little effort, imagine how many victims are out there today. And so we will put up our hotline. If you call 843-212-7048, that is our hotline. If you're a victim, let us know. We will help you. But there are so many victims who may not even know they're victims yet. I'm sounding the alarm on predators who are still roaming the streets of South Carolina, and our Chief Law Enforcement Officer, Attorney General Alan Wilson, knows it. You don't wake up one day and say your first crime of your life ever is to premeditate a rape with you and your business partners, with your kids at home, and you film it. Who knows what else they've done over the years? To the men watching, their next victim could be your daughter, your sister, your wife. To the women watching tonight, their next victim could be you. I feel duty-bound to protect these women and girls with every ounce of my being. I am one of you. We are no different. We are cut from the same cloth, victimized by the same men, and I'm here for you. Do I trust South Carolina's Attorney General to bring these women justice? No, I do not. Even today, they're saying, I don't know how the law works, as they condescendingly talk down to a victim. Well, let me advise you, Mr. Attorney General, if you go to your website, it is your duty to prosecute rape and sexual assault and sex trafficking, which you brag about protecting women and girls for the last 15 years. and you've done nothing about it. And you refuse to act when you are given on a silver platter a plate of evidence, videos, photos, witnesses, victims of this, and you turn the other cheek. If Alan Wilson won't do his job as Attorney General, I will do it for him. I am duty-bound to protect and find every single female victim out there. And I will do it. I will do it single-handedly if I have to. For too long, women have been told speaking out against abuse is unbecoming, that it diminishes us. But silence is what diminishes us. And strength comes from shining light on a darkness. This is an incredibly difficult task. I've been attacked for standing up for women, for our dignity, for our safety, and for our rights. Just a few weeks ago, I was physically attacked by a pro-trans man for it too. I'll take all of the arrows and all of the attacks if it means I'm taking these attacks for each and every one of you. I'm doing this today because we can't delay justice. Justice victims like myself need to move forward. I've lived in fear, I've lived in pain, I've lived in agony. But after today, I will live free. If you are a woman who has visited the home of Eric Bowman on Sullivan's Island, South Carolina, or if you're a woman who has visited the properties owned by Patrick Bryant and Brian Musgrave on Isle of Palms, South Carolina, if you're a female employee of Patrick Bryant, or you are the wife of a male employee who works for him at any one of his companies headquartered in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, or if you're an underage girl anywhere near Patrick Bryant, or if you've been anywhere near Patrick Bryant or Eric Bowman where there's been a cell phone recording device or any recording device or camera, or if you believe you may have been drugged or incapacitated, raped, filmed, and photographed without your knowledge, permission, or consent by one or more of these men, if you believe you may be a victim of the crimes I've described today, we set up a hotline for you. If you will call or text 843-212-7048. When I see a problem, I will do anything to fix it. You can call or text us. Like so many women, I've suffered tremendous consequences to my physical health. I've been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. I live looking over my shoulder. I endure sleepless nights. I have a form of vertigo related to my PTSD nightmares. And the adverse health issues linger 14 months after this traumatic event, deeply traumatic event. I hit rock bottom last year, but as Phoenix rose from the ashes, I too am coming back to life. My breakdown was my breakthrough. My devastation was my deliverance, and my God was my grace. I want to thank my children who are watching tonight. I want to thank my family. My mom is here tonight. She's up here. I love you. Thank you. I want to thank the Medical University of South Carolina for having one of the best sexual abuse trauma centers in the country. You saved my life and countless others, including some of the victims who are here tonight. To the women behind the scenes who shared their horror stories and who now lurk in the shadows out of real terrifying fear about coming forward, I want to thank you too for your quiet courage. You know who you are, and you inspired me. You inspired me to keep going. Today, as I'm standing here, not just as a member of Congress, but as a woman and as a survivor, fighting as hard as I can for other survivors. I'm going to put this sticker on. My staff made it for me today, for me tonight, and it says in bold letters, it says, survivor. And I'm going to ask this sticker. We have many guests tonight, including some victims. I'm going to ask those who are here on the floor tonight to put the sticker on and the lapel pins we made tonight that say survivor. I will be the loudest voice for those forced to stay silent. Living through my trauma and helping other women through theirs, all of us victims of crimes we didn't know had been committed. Our bodies violated in ways none of us could comprehend. Today is about justice and the belief we should do better, and we can do better for every single woman and girl. I don't want to hear a single excuse about what we can do for women. We can do it, and we can do it now. To anyone doing business with these men, know who you are doing business with. Some of the properties, well, you're doing business with rapists. You're doing business with sex traffickers, and you're doing business with peeping toms. Some of the properties where these crimes took place are listed on certain short-term rental sites like Airbnb and VRBO. I say this because there may have been hidden cameras in the properties of which these crimes took place. Some of the companies these predators are involved with have had or are trying to or might have now government contracts with federal and state and local governments. The government should not do business with rapists, sex traffickers, and peeping toms. I have many unanswered questions tonight. Were any children endangered? Were any children raped? Were any underage girls victims? Did any children witness rape? Are there still underage children at the physical property where the rapes occurred? How many recordings were taken of women on all these devices by all these men? I found several devices. Were the recordings I saw of myself and all these women sold on the dark web? How many women were raped by these men? Who are all the victims of all of these men? And will the victims, will these women ever know? Had I never found out I was a victim, I would never have known to dig deep to find other victims. To the victims here tonight in the gallery, to the victims watching, my heart bleeds with yours. We are one. We are the same. We are survivors together. And I will always, always be there for you, no matter what. Today, I stand defiant with my fist in the air to say as loudly and as boldly as I can say, I have the courage, I have the strength, and I have the resilience to take on the challenges of this moment. And to the naysayers who are out there online, on the web, and the press today, living in my past, I want you to know I don't live there anymore. And your lies will never, ever break me. In Genesis 19:26, when Lot and his wife were fleeing Sodom and Gomorrah, God said, don't look back. Lot's wife looked back. She turned right into dust because she looked back when God said not to. Today I am free. Today I'm moving forward. And today I am never looking back. Let us leave a legacy for our children that they can be proud of, a legacy of courage, a legacy of compassion, and a legacy of unyielding justice. Truth doesn't cause the same fear as spin. Truth is peaceful, even in all of its awful and heinous brutality. To the victims of these predators, I pray for your protection. I pray for your courage, and I pray for your resilience. In Ecclesiastes 4, it talks about the strength of a rope, how it's easily not broken. With one strand of a rope, you're weak, you won't survive. 2 strands of rope are better than 1, but even then it's not the best. But when you have 3 strands of a rope, you cannot be broken. So to the women tonight, the victims of these crimes, to women everywhere, women and girls all across the country, I want you to know you have the courage and you have the bravery necessary, the courage required, and the voice needed in times like these to hold those accountable for their horrific abuses against you. Proverbs 27:17 says, iron sharpens iron as one man sharpens another. I want to thank the Citadel for being the iron that sharpened me in my youth. There is power and the brokenness we feel. Ladies, find your death goddess. Find that death goddess energy and use it. It's hard to explain to others who haven't been in this place, who haven't hit rock bottom. But for those of us that have, this death goddess energy is unmistakable, and it's unstoppable. We don't cower, we don't hide, and we don't shrink. We stand tall and we rise. We are not destroyed. We say no more. We fight back. And when we feel defeated, we fight harder. And when we need nourishment, we seek God's wisdom. Your wound is my wound. Your wound is our wound. Your pain is our pain. And your fear is our fear. This is who you are. This is your spirit. And this is your superpower. No, I am standing on the battlefield with you. No, I am standing in the trenches with you. No, I'm standing in your fight with you. No, I will always be your iron. May God bless the women who fell victim to the abuse of these monsters. May God bless the great state of South Carolina. And may God bless the United States of America and every single woman and girl out there today. In my most humble voice, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Does the gentlelady from South Carolina have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.